Aloha and good morning. I'm Phyllis Shimobukuro-Deiser, Chairperson of the Board of Agriculture. I'd like to call this meeting to order. As an attendee, your microphone will be automatically muted during the meeting unless you are providing testimony. For each agenda item you wish to testify on, please click the raise hand button found on your Zoom screen, which is in the center on the lower part of your screen. Board staff will individually enable each testifier to unmute their microphone. When recognized by me, the chair, please unmute your microphone before speaking and mute your microphone after you're finished speaking in order to prevent audio feedback. When testifying, you will be asked to identify yourself and the organization, if any, that you represent. Each testifier will be limited to 2 minutes of testimony per agenda item. If you're dialing in via telephone, you'll be prompted to when I ask for public testimony, you may indicate you want to testify by entering pound and 9 on your phone keypad. After entering pound and 9, a voice prompt will let you know that the host of the meeting has been notified. When recognized by me, the chairperson, you may unmute yourself by pressing pound and then 6 on your phone. A voice prompt will let you know that you're unmuted. Once you're finished speaking, please enter pound then 6 again to mute yourself. Okay. Should I do a roll call first?
Yeah.
Okay, so since this is a hybrid meeting, I'd like to do a roll call of the board members. Suzanne Case.
Here, and there's no one in the room with me.
N. Young.
Present and alone.
Anya Ritchorik.
Here and alone.
Okay. Thank you. Mary Alice Evans.
Here and alone.
Here in the boardroom, Fred Cowell.
Here and alone.
Present in the boardroom, James Gomes.
Here.
Present in the boardroom, Vincent Mina.
Aloha.
Present in the boardroom, Diane Lay. Renee. And present in the boardroom is Randy Cabral.
Morning.
So, and also present in this room is Brian Yee, Consul for the Board of Agriculture. Members, I am going to defer several items from this agenda. For people that are attending, that are in attendance for these items, they're going to be deferred till it appears on the agenda in the next year. Okay. If you look under Agricultural Resource Management Division, item number 2, request for approval to withdraw 3 encumbered land parcels from Governor's Executive Order 4535 and reset aside to the Department of Land and Natural Resources pursuant to Act 90, Session Laws of Hawaii 2003. That is being deferred. Item number 4, request to terminate general lease number S-3109 Milton Coleman Jr. Lessee. That is being deferred. Number 6, under Ag Resource Management, request to terminate lease, general lease number S-9001 Jane Kelly Lavoy Lessee. That is being deferred. And item number 7, request to terminate general lease S-1008 Creighton Mao and Elton Mao. That is being deferred. Okay, we're moving to the approval of the minutes from October 11th, 2022.
Second.
Okay, Discussion, does anybody from the public want to testify on the minutes from the October 11th, 2022 meeting?
Chair, there are no hands raised.
Members, any discussion, corrections to the minutes? Okay, seeing none, I'm gonna call for a roll call vote.
You can ask for
Any opposed?
any opposed.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask, is there any members that oppose the approval of the minutes? I see and hear none. Any abstention from approving the minutes? I hear and see none. Okay, the minutes from October 11th, 2022 are approved unanimously. There's no introductions, so we're going to move to communications from divisions and administration. Board members, we have a very long agenda today. I will ask you to keep your questions down to 1 or 2 questions if possible. We would like to finish the board business by 1 o'clock today. Communications from the division and administration. First up is animal industry, Dr. Isaac Maeda.
Good morning. Isaac Maeda, Administrator for the Animal Industry Division. And our request is for approval of a right of entry in favor of the U.S. Navy to conduct a site survey and utilities toning from monitor well and laydown area on the animal quarantine station property. This request for entry, or right of entry, ROE, is the U.S. Navy is requesting permission to enter the property to inspect and survey an area for installation of a monitoring well, and also to tone for utilities in the area. This is not the construction or building of a well, but just for the initial study. On this call also are, I believe, Jesse Allen. He's a director for the real estate division for Navy. Regina Hugh, who's a realty specialist in a real estate division for the Navy. Diane Yukamoto, who's also a real estate specialist. And Carolyn Rossi, who's I believe an environmental engineer for this Navy project. This ROE is similar to the water supply from last month, except that it does not include any construction or actual well installation. The property is on exhibit 1. It's actually A1 on page A11 of the submission. And on that exhibit, you'll notice there's a squared out area, rectangular area underneath the H3 freeway, and then also off to the east margin of the freeway. The green square is where the potential well they're looking to install would be at. And that pink area to the left of that would be for a laydown area where they anticipate putting equipment and materials to construct the well, and also to serve as a storage point for other well projects, I guess, that they have planned in the area. Again, the Animal Industry Division recommends the board approves the request for the division to execute an ROE in favor of the U.S. Navy to enter the property to 1, inspect and survey for the installation of a monitoring well and laydown area, and 2, tone for utilities during the survey. And as I mentioned before, there are Navy representatives on this meeting virtually, if there's any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Maeda. Board members, do I have a motion to approve the request for the right of entry? Okay, moved by James Gomes, second by Randy Cabral. We're in discussion. Is there anyone from the public that wants to testify on this measure?
I see no hands raised, Chair.
Okay, board members, any questions for Dr. Maeda?
Yeah, Chair, Doctor, what is the definition of a utilities toning?
Dr.
They
Maeda?
come in with equipment that's used to check for utilities underground. So it's no digging or anything like that. It's just basically done from the surface. I'm not quite sure if it's what the specific mechanism is,
Right,
whether sound or otherwise, but fairly common in construction now.
thank you. And then is this going into a dike system? That they're looking to go into a dike system to source of water? As far as monitoring?
Oh, it's for water quality. It's related to Red Hill situation.
Right, yeah, thank you.
Any other questions from board members? Okay, if not, board members, are there any members that are opposed to the request? I hear or see none. Any abstentions? Okay, I hear, see none. Can I have a voice vote for approval? All those in favor say aye.
I,
Chair votes aye. Okay, the approval is unanimous. Thank you. Moving on. The second item. The request for approval for to adopt proposed amendments to chapter 4-16. Members, Commissioner Gomes has decided to recuse himself from this matter because although he is no longer an official with the Hawaii Cattlemen's Council, he was an officer at the time of our last vote. Accordingly, I'm going to reopen the matter for additional public comment, discussion, and a re-vote on the motion. Department of Ag staff will not be repeating its prior presentation, although you should note that the written proposed rule today has deleted the 10% provision consistent with staff's oral recommendation at the October 11th, 2022 meeting. Do I hear a motion to adopt the staff's proposed motion? Okay, moved by Randy Cabral. Do I have a second? Second by Diane Day. Okay, is there any members from the public that wish to testify?
I see no hand raised. I'm sorry, there is a hand raised. Hold on.
Can you please identify yourself and the organization you're with?
Aloha Mai Kako, Chair Shimabukuro Geyser and board members, Inga Gibson, Pono Advocacy on behalf of the Animal Welfare Institute. As you may recall, we did testify at the last hearing in support of the proposed changes. However, did want to make a comment because there were some amendments that we requested that were not adopted. We did send a letter to chair and board on November 7th that I hope you have there as part of our written testimony. One of the points that Dr. Moniz had brought up in the reason that our recommendation for shade was not adopted was because the carriers, the cow tainers, the carriers already had a roof. And obviously it took many years for that to actually be implemented, but we still have concerns about heat stress. And so we subsequently sent a letter both to Department of Agriculture, the board, and to the University of Hawaii, encouraging additional tests as research, as Dr. Moniz said, surprisingly had not been conducted on potential heat stress. So we are asking the board to consider urging, directing, advising the department to please move forward with that heat stress study that Dr. Moniz stated had never been done. We do know that if you look at the temperatures and relative humidity that is present on average in Hawaii, these cattle are subject to what are considered dangerous heat levels. So we encourage the board to urge the department to go ahead with these studies because that was noted as the reason for not adopting the shade requirements. So we support the proposal because there are no regulations until this is formally adopted and enacted. But at the same time, we do hope that the department does conduct these heat studies, especially as many of the board members brought up, board member Case and others, and board member Cabral regarding the concern with increased temperatures with climate change. So mahalo for the opportunity and hope the board considers this additional suggestion moving forward.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that wishes to testify?
Hi, Chair. Yes, I have one unnamed user. I'll let them.
Go
Good
ahead.
morning. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, good morning, Chair. This is Lisa Wood with Hawaii Cattlemen's Council Animal Health and Wellbeing Committee. Thank you again for giving us another opportunity to speak with you folks on this issue. I would like to thank Inga and Animal Welfare Institute for their letter of testimony and their offer to assist us with our research in whatever form that might be. We are currently working on a study that looks at heat and stress levels as it relates to shrink, cortisol levels, and general well-being of our animals. So some of that work is already ongoing. I think she mentioned that we haven't done any work. And actually there was a previous study done on interstate shipment that has been published and used in a number of different presentations. So we actually have been doing some of that work and we will continue to do so. The concerns I think are valid and we recognize that climate change is something that we're going to have to continue to look at and find ways to be proactive in taking care of our animals. Long before there were regulations regarding this, we had already crafted our own guidelines for our shippers. We will continue to do that good work and we do support the regulations as written. Thank you all again.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to testify from the public?
I see no hands.
I thought I saw Nicole Galassi, no?
Oh,
Nicole?
yeah, I did see her.
Good morning, Nicole Galassi on behalf of the Hawaii Cattlemen's Council. We stand in support. We stand on our testimony in support of the amendments. These are going to update the rules as needed while keeping animal welfare at the forefront. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other testifiers from the public?
I see no
Okay,
new hands raised. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Board members, do you have any additional questions? This is a revote. Suzanne?
Yes, thanks. I just want to reiterate my encouragement of doing these temperature studies. Sounds like they're in the works, but it does sound like they're really important to do. So I would like to just ask you to please ask your staff to follow up on that point. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Anyone, any other board members? Okay, so we're gonna revote.
I might take a roll call.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so we're gonna do a roll call vote for the request to approve to adopt the proposed amendments to chapter 4-16. Okay, Suzanne?
Aye.
Okay, Mary Alice?
Aye.
Dr. Anya?
Aye.
M. Young?
Yes.
Okay. Fred?
Aye.
James Gomes?
Reasons.
James Gomes recuses himself.
Aye.
Vincent? Aye. Aye. Okay, Diane and Randy.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Okay, so we have 9 ayes, one recusal. Okay, motion passes. Thank you. Okay, we're moving on to plant industry division. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the wrong. Sorry, agricultural loan division.
Not this one. That's too quick conversion. Wait, oh, that's the wrong. G1. Oh, okay, my bad.
Right here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, okay, we're at agricultural loan division. Can you allow Jillian from Ag Loan and Morris Atta to be allowed to do the presentation? Okay, whenever you're ready. This is a request for approval for a new farmer loan. Jillian?
Yes, good morning, Chairperson and members of the board. I'm Jillian Shivey with the Kona Agricultural Loan Division. And I have 2 requests today, but we'll start with our new farmer loan. Mr. Sigfrido Ramos and Miss Angela Ortiz are requesting a direct class FA, so a new farmer real estate loan in the amount of $250,000. It is for a coffee farm that is 3.7 acres. It is Kamehameha School leasehold off of KA Road in Honolulu. The proposed term is 26 years with a fixed interest rate of 3.25%. Annual principal and interest payments of $14,470. That's based on the seasonality of the crop. The loan will be secured by a first position leasehold mortgage on the parcel, which has an appraised value of $345,000. The farm is approximately 3.2 acres of a mature coffee orchard. There is a residence and an old mill on site. There are also other mature trees, including avocados and breadfruit. The loan will be further secured by a first lien blanket financing statement covering all crops, equipment, and accounts. Historically, the farm annually yields an average of 13,000 pounds of coffee cherry. Mr. Ramos and Ms. Ortiz have lived and cared for this farm since 2000. In that time, they have made repairs to the home, fenced the boundary, and improved the orchard and started a family. They began working in the Kona coffee industry as migrant workers from Michoacan, Mexico in the 1990s. They have become employees and now are independent contractors in the following decades. They have an extensive experience with hands-on understanding of the changing demands of the coffee industry. They have seen all manners of changes from droughts, introduction of the coffee berry borer, it's a tongue twister, and coffee leaf rust. If awarded, they plan to continue to make improvements to the farm and continue selling the coffee cherry. The proposed loan will allow them to secure their housing, double their income, and further invest in the Kona coffee industry as farm owners. Staff recommends approval of the loan request.
Okay, thank you, Jillian. Members, do I have a motion to approve the request? Moved by Fred Cowell, second by James Bones. We're in discussion. Is there anyone from the public that wishes to testify?
I see no hands raised, Chair.
Okay, board members, do you have any questions? Mary Alice?
Yes, Chair. Is there an indication of why Kamehameha Schools is putting this leasehold property up for leasehold for the next approximately 29 years? And if so, if we know that, do we also know when there will be lease reopeners in the KS lease, and how much lease rental or ground rent KS is charging in addition to the purchase price of I'm confused about the fact that the ground lease is going to continue to be a lease, but the borrowers are purchasing the lease and the facilities on the property. Anyway, I'd like some clarification on what the borrowers are actually getting from KS.
Okay, thank you, Mary Alice. Jillian, can you answer?
Yes, so they're not purchasing the lease from KS. The lease has already been established with the original owner or the current owner, Mr. Tui, and they're purchasing that lease from Mr. Tui. Wherein Mr. Tui was awarded a 35-year lease about 6 years ago. That's why there's now 29 years left on that lease. The lease price that they will be paying to KS is going to be, I believe, $1,400 annually. Yes, annually.
And reopeners?
I believe that's towards the end of the contract. I don't necessarily know what you mean by reopeners because they normally negotiate within the last couple of years of the contract.
I see. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Mary Alice. Board members, any questions? Right? Randy?
Question, Chair.
Randy Cabral has a question.
I mean, it's a substantial loan, but if we look at the assets, obviously Camp School will continue to own the land. Everything on that land will belong to Camp School. So if there's a default on this loan, how are the assets that you state here is going to cover that loan?
I only heard part of that because there was a little bit of, it's a little difficult to hear you, but to repeat and to clarify, you're asking how could we extract our money if there was a default. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. When something happens with a leasehold, it kind of, it does work out due to the fact of our, where the value of that property is. Because what will happen is if there's a default, we'll have to do all of our stuff, right? We have a lot of back end work we have to do, but the value still stays with that, in that it's not going to be swallowed up by CAM schools again. It will just go to be forced to sell, and then it will sell under that. CAM schools doesn't have any kind of like roadblocks. If there's like less than 5 years left, they don't hold on to it until there's a new contract. Sometimes you can renegotiate earlier in order to have a more favorable. It looks like there's a hand raise, so I'll take the save on that case.
Okay, Morris, Atta, did you want to also add information to answer the question?
Yeah, I think Randy's question goes to what would happen if the leases, they fall in default under the lease, what happens to that asset and whether or not the leasehold asset that is secured by the mortgage would be sufficient to satisfy our loan. There are two defaults that we're talking about here. One is a loan default and one is a leasehold default. So if the leasehold default occurs, obviously the terms of the lease will control what happens under that. Leaseholds generally tend to have a reversion of ownership clause for permanent assets and structures, not personal property assets. So the UCC1 financing statement that Jillian talks about, I believe mentions that we are in the first position on all of that, which would be all of the personal property assets, all of the revenue stream, and I'm not certain how the numbers work out, but we need to distinguish the type of security collateral that we're talking about. Anything that is tied to the lease, like the permanent improvements, it's true, most leases will say it reverts to Kamehameha Schools, but everything else remains the property of the occupier of the land. So that would still remain to satisfy our debt obligation. So, but I'm not sure how those numbers work out, but that's how that would work in any default situation.
Morris, are you saying that, okay, if they default on the loan, that DOA would now be in possession of that lease and can sell that lease to recover their losses?
Well, we have a mortgage on that lease, right? So we can whatever powers that we or interests that we are assuming under the leasehold, we could pretty much dictate who could assume the lease. Obviously, KS would need to be involved in any decision like that, but we step into the shoes of the lessee, basically, under the mortgage. Obviously, there is value to the lease, assuming there is sufficient, term left on the lease. And how you would recover that value in our situation, where we just step in, we would try to find a suitable assignee for the lease and recover whatever value we can from that assignee. That's actually the value of the mortgage that we're placing on this leasehold.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone, any other questions, board members? Okay, if not, I'm gonna call for the vote. You have to- Okay, board members, I'm gonna do a roll call vote. Okay, the motion is to approve this new farmer loan. Mary Alice Evans,
Aye.
okay, N Young,
Yes.
Suzanne Case, Anya,
Aye.
Fred Cowell.
Aye.
James Gomes.
Aye.
Vince Neil.
Aye.
Diane Bay. Randy Cabral.
Aye, with reservation.
Okay, Randy Cabral votes with reservations, chair votes aye. So there's a unanimous consent. Okay, thank you. Next, Jillian, you have another request for approval for a emergency loan to Jamie Shishido.
Yes. Hi, guys. So Mr. Shishido is requesting a Class D emergency loan in the amount of $100,000 to install a deer-proof fence around the entire farm and to make repairs to the irrigation system. The 28 acres is located in Lower Kula on Maui. The proposed term of the loan is 10 years. The interest rate will be 3% fixed with 6 months no payments, followed by 6 months interest-only payments of $500 a month. And then by principal and interest payments of $1,058 until maturity. The loan will be secured by a first lien blanket financing covering crops, equipment, and accounts. The equipment includes Ford 5600 tractor, Ford 1900 tractor, a John Deere 350 with a total evaluation of about $37,000, above ground irrigation system, including about 10,500 feet of 2-inch aluminum pipe, 350 sprinklers and valves, estimated in the condition at its current condition, at $30,000, and current crop inventory, which is grosses about $10,000 monthly. Mr. Shishido is a third-generation farmer. The family farm was started in 1953 and has become a cornerstone of quality for produce in Maui. The farm supplies kai choy, lettuce, red radishes, and green onion to 3 wholesalers and participates in a weekly retail market. He previously managed the deer with deterrence and allowed hunters on his farm. Now the deer population, hungry from the drought, has moved into Lower Kula full-time. The farm has suffered significantly from the deer. Portions of his crops have been eaten or destroyed over the past year. The aluminum irrigation system has even been damaged by the deer. In the interim, his solution has been to pare down his crops to radish and green onion, which have a quicker turnaround and the deer are less keen on them. The proposed new loan will provide capital to install the deer-proof fence and make repairs to the irrigation system. Staff recommends approval of the loan.
Thank you, Jillian. Board members, do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Moved by Vince Vina, is there a
Second.
second? Second by James Gomes. We're in discussion. Is there any member from the public that wishes to testify?
I see no hands raised, Chair.
And board members, do you have questions, Vince?
Yeah, Chair, is Mr. Shishido here today?
I do not believe he is in, I can't see the participants, but I don't believe he is.
Yeah, I'm a little bit miffed that you have to have a farmer, third generation farmer, take out a loan for fencing for deer. You know, this is something that I really feel needs to be addressed on a, you know, hopefully the new mayor will start to understand the importance of our agricultural system on Maui. Being supported in a way that we can provide fencing or there some kind of subsidy for that. It's just boggles my mind, you know, that these incumbents, they have to go out and get a loan to just keep deer off the crops. And I know Maui access deer harvest, when they harvest at night, 9 out of 10 are pregnant. You know, so it's like, they're like rabbits. And I don't know what really is being done. Jimmy, you have direct experience with this with the ranch and what we're putting in and the expense of it. And it just seems like, what is he going to have to do? Raise his prices on his produce and just kick the can down the road, you know? So it bothers me that our agriculture will start supporting the infrastructure.
Thank you, Vince. Jimmy?
Maybe Mr. Shishido can check with the county council, you feel they should be more. They have some monies that's been appropriated for fencing. Some grant monies and so forth through the county of Maui. So maybe he could look into that. Maybe, you know, I don't know if it'll work out for him, but maybe he can lessen the liability of borrowing this kind of money if he can get some financial.
Okay, Ann, you have your hand raised.
Yes, just real fast for staff. There was a significant drop in farm income in 2021. That was due to deer destruction and the reversion of crops to just radishes and green onions.
Is this the stuff that's in the confidential section? I believe it's referring to my exhibit, exhibit A under confidential.
Okay. Well,
I don't mind talking about it in abstract though, but yes, overall, he at one time would even grow corn and watermelon, and it is not something that they're a high value caloric intake and the deer love them. So he's having to do quite a bit. Also to the point of Maui has money available. There has not been any word of who's receiving those monies. And with the way our program is set up, people can pay off their loans faster without any penalty. So if he is approved for any kind of grant monies, it has been stated to me directly that he intends to pay off it faster than the terms.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jillian. Any other questions?
I may be wrong, but I thought we got 500,000 from the ledge to do exclusion fencing for deer. I think that's available. Also, that we can try to work with USDA so that exclusion fencing can be part of the EQUIP program, because right now it can't. Right? But if we can get that done through USDA, then that would allow some funding to go for farmers and ranchers. So hopefully something will come from that.
Okay, any other questions, comments, board members? Okay, if not, I'm going to call for the vote. Going to call roll call vote. Mary Alice Evans. You're muted.
Aye.
Okay, Anya.
Aye.
N. Young.
Yes.
Okay, Suzanne Case.
All right.
Fred Howell.
Aye.
Okay.
Aye.
Jean? Okay.
Aye.
James and Vincent vote aye.
Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
Randy, aye. Okay, chair votes aye, so it's a unanimous approval. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, third item for ag loan is a request that 3 loans to Haile Maile Pineapple Company be referred to the Attorney General's office for disposition and or collection. Morris, are you or?
I'm here.
Okay, Morris, are you gonna also co-present?
Wayne's gonna do the presentation, and if there's anything that needs to be filled in or any comments that need to be addressed, I will be standing by to do so.
Okay, thank you. Wayne, you wanna proceed with the presentation?
Okay, good morning, Chairperson and members of the board. I am Wayne Takamine, loan officer for the Agricultural Loan Division, and I will be presenting the request in regards to the Highly Mining Pineapple Company, also known as Maui Gold Pineapple. Highly Mining, excuse me. I just snapped mine. Okay. Highly Mining Pineapple Company Limited was registered with the Department of Consumer Commerce and Consumer Affairs on December 17, 2009. The limited partnership that took over for Maui Land and Pineapple in 2010 to continue producing pineapple on the island and preserve well-paying jobs. In 2016, Hawaii Highly Mining Pineapple Company turned to the State Agricultural Loan Division for financing for 3 loans that were approved by the Board of Agriculture. DC 6394, approved in January 26, 2016, was a bridge loan for harvest and new plantings. DC 6402 was approved on October 18, 2016, for new plantings and facility improvements. DH 6403 was also approved on October 18, 2016, for marketing soil study. The state helped the farm to overcome short-term financial problems, but due to the 18-month maturity of the crop, long-term difficulties persisted due to cost-saving reductions, and the initial planting schedule limited application of inputs that led to inferior fruits and lower sales. In 2018, to address these deficiencies, the farm began discussions with Highly Mining Distilling Company regarding the possible investments in the pineapple operations. The distillery is owned by Levesque Corporation, a manufacturer and distributor of alcohol located in California. The Highly Mining distillery also uses the Maui Gold pineapple juice to make their signature Pau vodka. In 2018, on February 28, 2018, the Levesque Corporation assumed Highly Mining Pineapple Company ownership through a stock purchasing agreement entered into by Levesque Corporation and the shareholders of Highly Mining Pineapple Limited. On June 30th, 2018, a memo signed by Luke Von Hall, CFO of Levesque Corporation, stated, "This is to confirm that effective March 1st, 2018, Levesque Corporation has acquired 100% of the stock in Maui Pineapple Limited." This is on a memo with the logo. On July 23rd, 2018, a State Agricultural Loan Division request for change of ownership of the company was approved. The Department of Agriculture chairperson allowed Levesque Corporation to assume ownership of Highly Mining Pineapple Company with all other terms, conditions as of the State Agricultural Loan Division loans to remain in effect. And a review of the company's plan indicated that Highly Mining Pineapple Company would continue to operate on the same 757 acres in Makawao to grow the super sweet Maui Gold pineapple and remain at the office banking facility in Highly Mining. 56 full-time employees were retained, including managers, and continue to oversee the harvest and planting. A notable change occurred. The manager of the Highly Mining Pineapple Company moved on to another job in Maui. Levesque Corporation is a family-owned corporation, is privately held. They are managed by the members of the family as the executive committee. We request approval of this request for AG's assistance for this disposition and collection.
Okay. Wayne, is that that's your presentation?
Yes.
Okay. Morris, do you have anything to add?
I guess what I should state is, besides some of the other details, outlining the history of our efforts to work with Levesque Corporation and to try to get them on some kind of repayment plan that works. I should note that historically we've done numerous forbearances, workout attempts, and promises were made and not kept on multiple occasions, and they continue to fail to meet obligations that they've promised, promises that they've made to us. And to their credit, they continue to look for outside investors to come in and take over and assume the obligations. My concern has always been that they've never presented a solid repayment plan, and they've never followed through with any prior agreements for a forbearance workout type repayment, forbearance arrangement that we've had in the past. And given their history of lack of providing both payments as well as any concept of a concrete means to repay the outstanding obligations, we felt there was time that we needed to get the attorney generals involved, and that would bring to bear more, I guess, tools to close out these loans.
Okay, thank you, Morris. Board members, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Okay, moved by Randy Cabal,
Second.
second by Vince Smith and Vince Smith. Okay, we're in discussion. Is there anyone from the public that wishes to testify?
I see no hands raised, Chair.
Okay. Board members, questions, Vince?
Yes, Chair. I have a question for Wayne. Wayne, did you receive an email from Darren Strand recently?
Yes.
And are you aware that, he wants to, that Levesque is that they're working out a purchase of Levesque to where they want to take on the loan encumbered in the beginning of the year, that they're ready to pay $25,000 immediately towards that loan? Did you hear anything like that?
I'm sorry, I couldn't really understand what you're saying. Could
Okay,
you
well,
speak louder?
basically, they're in a position right now to make a $25,000 payment today towards this because it's changing ownership. Situation with transition of HPC from Levesque ownership back to 100% local Maui ownership. There's an email sent to you. This transition is occurring now as we've executed operating agreement, and the full transition will be complete January 1st, 23.
We never had a formal business plan. We were waiting for them to submit something in writing. We don't know all of the background of the company that they are looking at as to assume the ownership of the farm, but it was also discussed that a certain person was an investor as was showed up on his balance sheet. But we found out that the investor was not in fact a qualified farmer. So that always raises concerns for us in any situation where we're involved in financing. So
Sure.
in this situation, we would have to have that reviewed. And at this time, we feel it's better that we, instead of waiting another 6 months to resolve this, that we have to go ahead and have the attorneys general with their resources come and help us to untangle all of this.
I see. Because, you know, the person that you're concerned about, Todd Domick, as being a qualified farmer, he's been owner operator of Maui Pineapple Tour and Maui Chocolate Tour companies for 10 years.
Yeah, I don't see, we asked for more information about the investor. They have not provided that. As far as what I see in the DCCA, he is involved with some kind of zipline type of business, and he's involved in certain, I guess, entertainment type of things, amusement entertainment. And so that really doesn't correspond with our regulations, having to be at least 75% farmers, even if the partner is 50%, he still wouldn't be able to, they still wouldn't qualify. It's something that the board or will have to go and research, or even just us within our division, we would have to make a call on that. And right now, I don't know if you folks realize it, but Levitt Corporation was not a qualified farmer when they assumed. So it had to be discussed by the chairman of the Board of Agriculture had to approve that modification. So going forward, we really feel that it should be a qualified farmer that would be taking over the farm. That is the position, that is our regulations.
Right, I understand. And they go on to say that they're between the 4 people, there's 100 years of pineapple experience. So I'm just reiterating what I'm getting, you know, being a Maui representative, I looked into this to find out what was going on. And so I don't know if there's any latitude that can be extended to these folks. I like the idea that it's going to be 100% Maui-owned operation. You know, I don't know at this point, Chair, what latitude there is, other than there's been an email sent directly out and what they plan to do.
Okay, so I have not received any email.
Yeah, you sent it to Wayne.
Yeah, okay.
I'm having a little hard time hearing what you're saying.
Yeah, sorry,
so
Wayne.
Wayne, did you receive an email or Morris has his hand raised? Morris, did the division receive anything from the party of interest?
Wayne would be able to answer that question. But I do remember seeing an email from Darren, and I am aware of his involvement, and I'm glad to see his involvement because, like Vincent Mina, I do appreciate his ties and experience in agriculture. But the way that they had set up, at least the minimal information that they did provide to us, didn't appear to be sufficient to meet the eligibility criteria, and that's why we have concerns. And we, I wanted to make one clarification about what Wayne had said previously. I just want to make sure that this is on the record, that we did, Levesque, there is no conclusive position on whether or not Levesque is qualifies or is eligible for ag loans. That's not a determination that we can state and say that they were not eligible. There was a determination made at the time by the chair, and in the chair's opinion at the time, they decided to allow this to move forward. So I should correct that statement that about their status as a borrower. The issue again that we're facing is we have a long history of promises made, and nominal payments being offered, sometimes being made, most times not, that has strung this negotiation along for years. And that's the reason why we felt that it would be imprudent for us to continue without getting our AGs involved. Just referring it to the AGs does not mean that it is, there is no room for compromise or for backing down. If in fact a viable, loan assumption plan and repayment plan is presented. It's just that for years we have had these offers of repayment and potential resolutions being made to the division, and historically they have just not panned out. So we just wanted to make sure that we get this at least on the process of formal, I guess, discussions with the AG. And if they do come up with a plan, that'd be great, because they're allowed to, to accept that plan if in fact they present a viable repayment plan and it's fiscally sound, and they actually turn up with payments that are in compliance with whatever agreements that they make, because historically we have not seen that. That is our concern.
Chair, if I can follow?
Okay, I'm going to give everybody.
Yeah, no, that's
else.
fine.
Okay.
Thanks for the clarification, Mars.
Okay. N, I'll give you the floor, followed by James. James Gomes. N.
Thank you, Chair. I'm kind of torn. Maui Gold, it's a good pineapple, and it's a great local brand. I guess my concerns are, obviously there's no business plan, and that makes it very difficult to understand what the repayment is going to be. On the other hand, there seems to be 41 jobs left. And that's a lot of people to lay off as well as jeopardizing a good brand as well. So Morris, you talked a little bit about opening up some tools for the department. I'm curious to kind of know what those are and how we can try and salvage the jobs in the brand, because both of those, they're really both assets that I don't think Maui or myself wants to lose.
Right. I don't have any specific, tools to bring up, other than the fact that once it goes to the Attorney General's office, there is a firm incentive on the borrower's part to comply, because they know the actual, enforcement portion of this, relationship has occurred. Like you, I was very torn because of the Hali Maili brand and its, value to the state, as well as the Maui Gold, product quality. And it is very distressing to see that, at risk of, disappearing because of this crisis. At the same time, I had to balance, well, what's the prudent way to approach this? I believe the concerns that you raised are possibly the reason why the Levesque Corporation was allowed into the picture in the first place. If you see the rationale that was placed for accepting them as the successor, was clearly based on their ability to finance and the fiscal depth that they had, and they and even with that they didn't succeed. And partially I believe it the COVID pandemic did actually kind of put the nail in the coffin. But I agree with you. I'm torn. I don't want something bad to happen to this brand and to this business that is, a Maui mainstay. At the same time, we are, struggling with balancing the interests of the state to be prudent in our fiscal management of our loans. And that's the dilemma that we're in.
Okay, James, and followed by Anya. James Gomes.
When you read the history of Maui Land and pineapple, and how they started, and back where it was the Baldwins at Palaoa Ranch, and how they envisioned the thing off, you go back, you got over 100 years here. And I remember when Maui Land and Pine was going out of business, and they were looking for investors, and my boss, Clark Irvin, and we were called Village, and they continued, and then they were starting to go downhill, and then this is where they got different investors to come in. And yes, you are right. It's a hell of a product, Maui Gold. comparable. It's, I mean, if you take a Del Monte and you take a Maui Gold and taste the two, there's no comparison. But moving forward, what we have now in front of us, I would like to know if they're in default with their loan. They made a lot of promises. They haven't come to the table. Okay. I agree with Vincent. I agree with Morris. I agree with Ian. That's fine. What is the recourse if it goes to the AG? What's going to happen if they still can't pay? What will happen? What are you going to go after your plan of attractive or after to have them pay? And if they still give you, they're not coming to the table, they're not in the inning. Will you attach assets? Will you become now running the operation as far as finding another leasing or something? What is the recourse?
Ultimately, that becomes part of the worst case scenario in any lending situation is you have to go after your security and see what you can do with it. Hopefully you can, like banks and other lending institutions, we are not in the business of actually farming or, so while we would assume control and ownership of over assets, the optimal scenario would be to find someone that can come in and take over operations that would be willing to step in at a reasonable price, and that in fact would eventually be whatever our recovery would be, and that's just standard collection strategy when you have collateralized assets. We're we're hoping that doesn't happen, and by sending it to the AGs, more than anything, what I'm trying to do is give them a greater incentive to actually come up with something concrete. I honestly hope, because the AGs have the capacity to do workout agreements and negotiate settlements and be creative and flexible in any concessions that they can give to the borrower, and Brian can correct me if I'm wrong about that, but that's my understanding that the attorneys negotiating on our behalf have more tools in that respect. But what I'm trying to do is, given the history of their lack of producing anything concrete or even offering a workable plan, that this may incentivize them to actually do so.
So
One last question.
okay, the worst scenario, Morris.
Yeah.
You can't come to this agreement. They're not going to pay us. Okay. I'm looking for not only say Halemale, fine. Anybody else who comes before the board for an ag loan, what are the safeguards in case you have a situation like this to recoup the monies that has been out there? Is there a formula or something that you're not out there hanging out to dry? You know what I mean? Because any farmer he come in, if I don't pay, it's okay. I can walk away from it.
Right.
What are the safeguards?
So basically,
where's the guard go?
okay. Yeah, so basically this goes back to basic lending practices. When you're creating the loan package, you assess the repayment ability and the risks of non-payment, and that's why the collateralization strategy is so important. The revenue stream analysis is really important, and a valid appraisal of the collateral, the equipment, crop, history of the business. That all gives you indications of where the sources of revenue are for the business. And so what you're asking on the back end of a bad loan is supposed to happen on the front end of all loans, is basically assess if the loan were to go bad, what is there that will be available to repay the outstanding obligation. And that's the reason why you have the debt to credit ratio analyses going on, and to assume if you're sufficiently collateralized and protected from defaults. And that's kind of the starting point for all loans, agricultural or not. In our case, we do have a special situation because our program is a lender of last resort situation, so we have high risk. We are already going into the scenario with high risk. And that's why our program is more vulnerable to these kinds of situations than say a bank would be, because they will tend to over collateralize or over secure or obtain additional personal guarantees so that they have other sources of income that they could tap into. And that's really, I think, the answer to your question is, how do we get these things done? If we're already at the stage we're at, and we are insufficiently collateralized, and we have not done our proper, or circumstances have changed, and revenue streams have disappeared, then that's where the risk is. That's where we are in a difficult situation. Wayne has something to add.
Yeah, we also have loan approval conditions, and that includes a promissory note, security agreements, term loan, approval loans. And so these are the legal documents that supports our position as the lenders to have the legal documentation that provides for collections, etc. I just want to add also that what Darren Strand has proposed is something that the Vet Corporation has researched, but we're not looking at overall picture. Perhaps there are other farmers that are interested and more qualified as farmers than what the LAVEC has proposed. So I think that we need some time to open up everything and see what else is on the table. Because if we go with someone that's not a farmer, it's very, very difficult crop to grow. It might fail, and what we end up is, no farm and some other venture that's not going to help farm.
Okay, I'm going to move on to Anya and Mary Alice.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So this is heartbreaking, right? We have a local company, a local producer. We wanted to stay this way, but my biggest concern is a longer consequences if we don't do anything. And what I'm basically saying is that this situation has been going on for multiple years already, and we haven't made any progress. If we don't do anything, and again, moving it to the general council doesn't mean that we're taking the properties away. We're providing them with different options to try to settle this. If we don't do anything, my concern is that we're setting the precedents that we don't have a teeth, right, in these kind of senses. And then what will happen is more and more people might consider, not paying the loans. And then in the long term, it will, because we are the last resource for the farmers. In the long term, if that happens, we're really going to damage this more vulnerable population who really wants to apply for the loan and be able to farm. So I think that if we don't do anything, it will have a long negative effects on the agriculture in Hawaii. Thank you. But again, heartbreaking.
Thank you, Anya. Mary Alice?
Thank you, Chair. I want to draw attention to the elements of this that have implications for not only our other loans, but farmers throughout the state. The borrower stated that current drought conditions are impacting fruit growth and increasing axis deer and feral pig invasions, and that other clearing operations have allowed deer and pigs to feed on pineapple crops. This is a climate change issue, and climate change is not going to go away because we are able to resolve one bad loan. It is going to affect farmers throughout the state as they compete for water to address drought conditions, as they deal with overpopulation of species that are not sufficiently have outgrown the amount of forage that there is. So as we continue to support farmers, we have to look at the fact that they're going to be dealing with drought conditions and competition for scarce water throughout the state. I support the motion in this case, sadly, but I also think that our underwriting criteria may have to take into account that farmers are going to be dealing in a much harsher natural environment than they have in the past, and that means that our subsidies for them, our forbearances have to take into account conditions that they do not have control over. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Morris. Less than a minute, and then I'm going to call for the vote because we've had a lot of discussion. Go ahead.
Right. So yeah, I recognize Mary Alice's comment, but I should note that we need to distinguish the source of funding. These loans come from our general loan fund. The type of funding and support that you describe typically falls into our emergency loan program, which is a separate funding. The inability to collect and recoup the funds from the loans that Haile Miley has taken up basically depletes our total resource of loans on your usual operational difficulty type funding that farmers need in terms of support. And that's generally where the source of this funding comes from. I totally agree with you about the impacts of climate change and all that, but I do need to make that distinction that typically support for those types of calamities come from a different funding source, and it doesn't deprive the usual operational needs of the farmers that this funding source provides.
Okay, thank you, Morris. Okay, members, I'm going to call for the question. Okay. So we're going to do roll call vote. We're voting to approve the request that the 3 loans to Haile Miley Pineapple Company be referred to the Attorney General's office for disposition and for collection. Okay, Mary Alice?
Aye.
Okay, N. Young?
Sorry, Chair, can I ask a procedural question? Would any settlement come back to the board?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, okay, then yes.
Okay, Anya?
Sadly, aye.
Okay. Suzanne?
Aye.
Fred?
Aye.
Jimmy?
I have
Mitch?
reservations.
Diane? Aye. Okay. Chair votes aye. So the motion carries. Okay, thank you. We have one last item for ag loan. It's a request for approval for one emergency loan to Ocoa Farms, Inc.
Good morning again. I am Wayne
Okay,
Takami.
just a moment, just a moment. This was sent separate from the packet. So so did yeah, it was sent electronically. This item was not part of the packet,
The original packet.
the original packet that was mailed. This was sent later.
It was sent on Wednesday, November 23rd at 4:18 p.m.
It was sent on Wednesday afternoon.
It was attached.
Did Board members that are participating remotely, did you receive that?
If there was a amended agenda that included this this item, I did not receive it.
Okay. Suzanne, did you receive that?
I'm not sure.
Okay, okay, so why don't we why don't we defer this because it appears that we don't have adequate, the board members have not had the opportunity to review the request, so, okay.
Yeah.
Just defer till
Can we defer it till later in the meeting?
Yes, we can do that. We'll put it at the end of the agenda.
So the email, so you can all hear, sorry.
You have to speak up loud.
Yeah, sorry, let me get that. So Gail sent it out, Gail Nakamura sent the email out Wednesday, November 23rd at 4:18 p.m. And there were 4 attachments, including that one.
We'll come back to it.
We'll come back, okay. So, okay. We're gonna move on to Ag Loan Resource Management Division. Linda Murai is gonna do the presentation.
Sure. Can we take a short break?
Sure, 5 minutes. We'll recess 5 minutes. We'll be back at 10:35.
Okay. Can't do it.
Okay, thank you. We're gonna resume our Board of Agriculture meeting. Can all board members turn their video on that are participating remotely? Okay, for the record, I see that we've started and board member N Young is absent. Oh, there he is. Okay, he's back. Okay, thank you. Yes, Mary Alice and Anya, you have your hands raised.
Yeah, Chair, I'd like to apologize. I did receive the amended agenda on November 23rd by email from Gail. My apologies to you and the staff for not being as attentive as I should have to that communication. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Anya.
Chair, I just wanted to apologize, but I will have to leave at 1 o'clock. So I just wanted to make you all aware of that. I am not able to stay longer than that.
Okay, yes, we are, our goal is to finish at 1 o'clock or a little shortly after. Okay. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is we're gonna continue with ag loan, ag resource management. And after ag resource management, we're gonna come back to the last ag loan presentation for Ocoa Farms emergency loan. So hopefully that will give board members some time to look at the submittal. Okay, so Jillian, please hang on. We're gonna go through ag resource management division and come back. I think, oh, I'm sorry, not Jillian, Wayne and Morris. We're gonna come back to the last request. Okay, Linda Murai, are you ready for the presentation for request for acceptance of annual lease rents as determined by independent appraisal for rent reopenings and vacant land for various lots located statewide?
Good morning, Chair, board members, and members of the public. I just want to make sure you can hear me okay.
Yes, we hear
Okay,
you.
thank you. So again, this is a request for acceptance. Oh, I'm sorry, my name is Linda Murai. I'm a property manager with the Agricultural Resource Management Division. My first presentation is a request for acceptance of annual lease rents as determined by independent appraisal for rent reopenings and vacant land for various lots located statewide. Under remarks, pursuant to the provisions of sections 4-153, 3B10 and 18, 4-158, 2A11 and 21, and 4-158, 8B1 of the Hawaii Administrative Rules, the board is required to establish and approve annual lease rents by independent appraisal for issuance of new leases, extensions of leases, and reopenings of base and additional rentals for existing leases in the agricultural park and non-agricultural park lands programs. The department has contracted ACM Consultants, Inc. to determine the fair market rents. The new lease rents are presented in the table attached as Exhibit A. Exhibit B includes maps of the various locations. Staff believes the new rental rates are fair and reflect the current market conditions for the agricultural leases. Our recommendation is that the board accept the fair market rentals for the various agricultural park and non-agricultural parklands leases as listed in Exhibit A. The new rental rates will take effect upon the stated rent reopening dates or upon issuance of a new lease, as may be appropriate for each lease. Any reopened rental for which the current rate exceeds the appraised rate shall remain at the current rate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Linda. Board members, do I have a motion to approve the request for acceptance?
So moved.
Moved by James Gomes. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Randy Cabral. Discussion. Is there anyone from the public that would like to testify on this item of the agenda?
Hi, Chair, I do see one hand raised.
Okay.
Hi, Kelly, if you can just state your name and organization.
Aloha, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm representing Kelly and Paul. This is Paul speaking. Mahalo to the chairperson and the Board of Agriculture for listening to our testimony. We are one of the TMKs listed. My name is Paul Isaac, representing Yogar. We're a small scale family farm certified organic. We just closed on the lease in 2021. We couldn't be more grateful to be on this land. And having acquired this land, we've put all of our efforts into growing the farm and the business. We're currently remediating soil, building topsoil, the stream restoration to protect the integrity of the land, erosion control, and we are currently trying to improve infrastructure to support our farming operations. Doing this all while raising a new family. It makes it challenging with any price increase as a farmer. And in this case, it is 22% increase on our yearly rental. And I guess there's just wanting a deeper understanding of where the 22% increase comes from, as this, it takes a toll on us as farmers. And I understand there's an appraisal that comes up every 10 years, but yeah, what exactly are these? I mean, Linda touched on it, of what they're based on, but I guess in this situation, are these ag appraisals necessary for the support of farmers who are currently actively growing food, bringing to market? Because any price increase can create, inhibit our operation and our growth and just add financial stress. So just to close, I guess, wanting a better understanding on that, and if there's any reconsidering that can happen for any increase in rent to active farms, especially those who are currently farming and trying to make a living. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kelly. Anyone else from the public wishing to testify?
I see no more hands, Chair.
Okay. Members, discussion, any questions about the Mary Alice?
Yes, Chair. I wanted a little more information on Linda's last comment that where the fair market appraisal shows a decrease in the value of the leased property, that the lessee does not get a decrease in their lease rental. Is that based on statute, rules, policies and procedures that have been shared with the board previously?
So that provision, thank you, Mary Alice, for that question. The rent, if the appraisal is lower and the current rent is higher, then the rent stays at the current rent, which is higher. And actually that is a provision in our standard form leases now. As far as the HAR rules, I know that there is a provision in the HAR that says that the current rent will remain the same if the appraisal is lower.
What's that? Remain the same as that?
If the appraisal is lower. So it's Mary Alice, did that satisfy your question?
It does tell me that at some point in the past that this board approved a proposed rule that allowed the department to keep lease rentals even when the value of the appraised value of the property decreases for ag purposes. So yes, it does answer that question. It raises another question, and that is why, if the ag value of the property has gone down, should the lessee on a reopening be paying the same as the previous value of the property? As we see ag farmers struggling, and not just climate change, but also issues with the market and the volatility of some of our consumers, such as visitor industry. When we have a pandemic, it seems a little unfair to farmers to have them not be able to see that decrease to offset the challenges that they're facing. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mary Alice. Okay, I have a question by Vince, followed by Board Member Diane. Oh, what's up? Who was first? Okay.
Diane,
Okay, who was first? Vince, Diane? Okay.
So, Linda, I have a question about the appraisal process. I noticed there's some geographic areas where there's substantial reductions in the appraised value, and hence, well, so I'm just wondering, does the appraiser give you a report as to what are some of those triggers? I'm just interested in overall just perspective. And so I was wondering if there's a detailed report that's provided.
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing members who ask questions from the boardroom, but can you restate that for me?
Yeah, sure. So does the appraiser provide ag loan with a detailed report as to what some of the triggers are for specific geographic areas where there is,
Okay,
you know,
I understand.
significant reductions or significant increases?
Okay, thank you. Speaking up really helps. Thank you. I'm a little hard of hearing anyway, so it gets more challenging sometimes. Anyway, so yes, there is a full appraisal report for each rental assessment, and if the lessee wants to have a look at it, well, the real estate appraisals for lease rents are based on real estate market values for comparable lands, for agricultural lands in the area. So, but if a lessee wants to see the detail of the report, they can contact us, and then, you know, we'll make arrangements for them to come down to the department and have a look at the appraisals.
I think Board Member Lay was asking if you could share any of the details or the summary or comments made about the increase or the decreases in the appraisals since the last reopening.
For a particular,
does the appraisal report give like some kind of summary or some kind about why those areas that experience increases, what were the triggers, what were the cause for the increase? Or
well, okay, I think I understand what you're asking. The appraisal report is really comprehensive, and so it does include like a description of the economic condition of that particular area that the land is in. So it does, you know, give information if the economy is doing well. It gives pretty specific numbers also. So, and the appraisal report provides the specific lands that are comparable, that are being used as comparables. And so the report is very detailed, yes. So it does provide, if you're asking whether or not it comments on the increase, like from what it was from the current rent to the newly appraised rent. No, it just speaks to the current market values, to the current conditions of the area that the land is in. So it only speaks to the current market value. Does that answer your question?
Does it say anything why the current market value increased significantly? Does the report say why a certain geographic community or area that experienced a increase in value? Does it say what caused the increase in value, or it's just based on the?
Well, the increase in value is based on the real estate market. That's what it is, on the current real estate market. So
I was more interested in the geographic areas that had significant reductions in the appraised value, and what those triggers are. You know, is it commodity based?
It's real estate based.
Yeah, but I don't see that real estate market, you know, being similar. So anyway, it's just interesting.
Okay. Well, if you're looking at the percentage of increase, the board members should have gotten a separate
yes, I did.
Informational sheet. And it does give the percentage of increases, but you know, those percentages could be based on perhaps there was no appraisal done in the last 15 or 20 years, and I'm not sure why, but it could be related to that when the last appraisal was done. Also, as far as lower, I would say that would be the main reason for a drastic increase, would be when the last appraisal was done. Because if it was done 20 years ago or 15 years ago, as you know, the economy and the real estate market in Hawaii has increased significantly. So that all affects the lease rents that are the current lease rents anyway. I hope that helps. Sorry.
Okay, so we're gonna go on to Vince, then James, then Anya.
Is Paul and Kelly still here? That I can ask them a couple questions?
Yes. Kelly's firm is the.
Paul, can you hear me?
No, Kelly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
His name is
Oh,
Paul.
okay.
Yes, I can hear you.
Paul, so you said you got your lease in 2021. I remember when we approved that. That was 2021.
Yep.
And so in the lease, it said that within 10 years you would have an appraisal.
Yeah, it says 10 years. Yeah.
Were you notified that appraisal was happening, that you were getting an increase?
We were just given an email that this meeting was happening, and it wasn't really specific either. We had to dig to really find, and we were notified just this morning to jump on here to really speak to it. So no.
So is there any latitude within the statute, Chair, as far as that they're not encumbered right away with this appraisal, where they can make adjustments and plans to buffer because from my understanding, these folks are, they have a young family, they're pregnant with a second child. Just, I hate like hell to see a farmer,
Okay, excuse me, Vince?
Yeah.
So are you asking if there's like a provision for adjusting the appraisal rate? Is that your question?
Well, a provision to adjust to where they don't have to pay it right away, or even give some notice. I mean, within 10 years, they just got the lease.
If
Linda, why don't you explain what happens after the board approves this with respect to when does the lease, what's the process for then assessing it, and what the tenants have, what options the tenants have to contest?
Once the appraisal lease rents are approved by the board, then the new lease rent takes effect, or the current lease rent continues, takes effect on the date of the reopening. So if the reopening date is, January 1st, 2023, then the new lease rent will take effect then. So it's whenever the reopening date is, and you can check your own lease for that.
Linda, isn't there a process by which you must provide notice to the tenant? The tenant then has an option of disagreeing. And there's a method of resolving the disagreement through another appraisal by the tenant.
Okay, so as far as notifying you of this board meeting, we
Not
did
the board
send
meeting. Don't you send an individual notice to each tenant before you raise the rent?
Oh, yes. Once the board approves all the lease rents, then we send each lessee in writing what the new lease rent is. And when it starts, if you don't know what that date is, but actually each lessee should be aware of all the dates as far as their lease is concerned. So after the board, like I said, after the board approves the lease run, after we go through this process, then we send individual letters to each lessee as to the approved lease rents that were approved by the
How do
board.
they appeal, Linda? I think that's what we need you to explain. Like if
The letter doesn't the letter tell them if you disagree with this lease rent, what their
If you disagree,
doesn't the letter say that as well?
If you disagree with the lease rent, then there is a provision in your lease that allows you to go through the arbitration process. And the arbitration process is you can hire your own appraiser to do your own or their own appraisal. And then our appraiser and your appraiser will get together, and if they can't agree, then another appraiser is selected by the two appraisers. And then there's a decision process after that. But there is a provision in your lease that allows you to challenge whatever the current lease rent is. Or whatever the new lease rent is.
There's really no provision for making individual determinations based upon the sort of social, individual circumstances of the farmer. So there is a provision to make changes based upon different economic valuations, but not based upon sort of who they are and what their circumstances are. There's a repayment, issue we can consider if they can't pay it, but not the actual setting of the rent.
Just to clarify, if I'm remembering correctly, when we had something like this come before the board before, we were told that it's required by statute that they gotta charge this rate, but we really don't have a say in what the rate should be. It's just a matter of us approving it. Is that correct? From what I remember.
I think what he's asking, do they have a choice in whether or not to set it? I think what they said is it must be based upon an appraisal. So if it's based upon an appraisal, you can agree with the appraisal. But this is the only
Based on
appraisal you
this,
have.
we cannot just say, no, we want to change this.
Right. Because you don't have another appraisal.
But the owner, or the leasee can get an appraisal from someone else.
Yes. And then actually it goes to arbitration, I think. Is that right, Linda? It's not just a mediation.
Yeah.
So whatever the arbitrator decides is what DOA will live with.
I see. Does that make sense to you, Paul and Kelly?
Yes, it does. I guess my question would be like, how much does an appraiser cost? Like, I understand this. I don't know that personally. I would have to investigate that. But I mean, if it's like $1,500, like, that's substantial. So it's like, I'm just throwing out a number, but I guess I understand what she is saying, that we could come back and challenge it. But yeah, I guess speaking to that further, are there opportunities for farmers who are growing currently and actively on the land? Is there an opportunity for the rent to not change?
No, there's not currently because is it by statute or rule?
The statute, I think,
It says
requires
there's an appraisal.
I
that
see.
the rent be set by appraisal.
Okay,
Yeah. And I think that whenever you are assigned a lease, I believe when the board approves it, there is information in the request for assignment when the reopening is going to be. So I'm sure that anyone that assumes a lease knows when the rent is going to reopen. Isn't that correct, Linda?
Yes, I mean, anyone who receives or thinking about being assigned a lease, I mean, the first thing you do is look at your lease, study it, and see, what the provisions are. The rent reopenings are stated very clearly in the lease and should be anticipated by whoever assumes the lease.
Thank you. Jimmy, you have a question?
Yes, well, some of it has been answered, because when I looked at some of these current rents and looking at the appraisal opening, you have some like it's 92% increase, but I can see as saying that when was the last appraisal done of the current rent? It must be some time ago, so now you have this. So the question I have is, what are you doing with the vacant parcels? There's over 200 acres of vacant parcels. Are those out, or do we have interested stakeholders? And what is the time frame to get people on that vacant land? And some of them are pastures and so forth. Like island of Hawaii, you got 10 acres, you got an appraised value, but there's no current rent on it, but it's a vacant parcel.
Right. Well, if it's vacant, then thank you for the question, by the way. So if it's vacant, then, there is no previous rent. Likely it came over from, might have come over from DLNR. I'm not, some of them, the leases have expired. And so, we don't take into consideration, especially if it's a vacant parcel, we start with whatever is the market rent value, which will be the minimum upset price, minimum upset rent, when we put the public notice out to lease the vacant lot. As far as our timeline for getting the public notice out, we would like, our target is to get the public notice out within 3 to 4 months after we've determined what the minimum upset rent is or will be through the appraisal. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, it does. But I just want to make it for record that I am in favor of a farmer, and hopefully the farmer can be as cheap as he can for him to continue in perpetuity and being a farmer rather than trying to chase him away.
Chair, if I could just finish one comment.
Okay, let me ask the others
Oh,
for
yeah,
the question,
sure.
and if we have time, we'll
Thank
come back. Okay, Vince. Mary Alice, followed by Ed.
Thank you, Chair. Linda, so am I hearing that there is no recourse for a farmer lessee whose new appraised value is significantly lower than the lease rent they're currently paying to challenge the continuation of the previous lease rental amount? No process at all?
I'm gonna have to defer to, perhaps, is that Brian who's there? I don't know of any process for that, to ask for the lower of the rent as opposed to the current rent.
So Mary Alice, this is Brian, Deputy AG. The process, there's always a process to do it, but they're unlikely to succeed because of the lease term and the rule. So they could file a request to disagree and get an appraiser, but The problem is not a disagreement with the appraisal. The problem is a disagreement with the lease term, and the lease term is a lease term. So unless the rules change and you get the rule change, then get the leases changed, there is no other option.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Chair.
Ann, you had a question?
I guess more of a comment. Director Cabral got me all fired up on the previous discussions we've had on this. From the appraisal standpoint, I think, it just behooves us to, just be making sure that the comps are accurately, that the comps are actually comparable, right? We're not looking at real estate for real estate's sake versus real estate for ag's sake, right? And then I think, the other thing, I don't know, maybe we can explore with the staff, and I think, this is part of where some of the board members can make contributions, is along the lines of, okay, we have a term, we know when the reopener is going to be, and we know how much rent we have to collect, right, in order to make it fair for each of the farmers, right? So on an individual basis, does each of these rent collections have to be linear, basically, in nature, right? Do I have to be paying $1,000 a month from year 1 to year 10, or can we do, we have a 10-year period until the reopening? Can we do a lower amount in the beginning and then kind of, scale it up as each of the farms grows? Because that's more in line with how agriculture works. So I think it'd be hard for us at this point to be picking out individual rents, because the appraisals are what the appraisals are. But I think there are processes that we can look at, within within what we have. And I think that's something I'd like to explore for the future, because otherwise we're going to have this conversation over and over again.
So I would like to ask Brian Cowell, is Brian Cowell available?
Yes, Chair, I'm adding him now.
Hello?
Brian, can you answer my question? The lease rents that we collect, what do they support as far as the program? Is it personnel costs and operation costs? How does the rent income support the program, the operation of the program?
Lease rent income is required. Let me turn it around. The law requires that this particular program, because it's a special fund, is required to be 100% self-sufficient. So in this case, lease rents provide 100% of operating funds for the program. Operating funds includes everything from salaries to utilities, how we, keeping the lights on, travel, automotive expenses, office supplies, everything, air conditioning. Yep. And then as far as Member Young's question or comment about what the ramping up of lease rents go, it's a very favorable agreement, right? Because the lease rents are set at, for the most part, unimproved vacant land. It doesn't get any cheaper. We have looked at other ways to appraise, and it always comes out more expensive. So in the beginning, and always, that's what we look at, is we do try and set the absolute cheapest rent we can for the tenant, and it is fixed for 10 years or 15 years, depending on where they are in the lease. And unfortunately, that is why many times you do see significant percentage increases in the rents when the reopenings happen. However, I do want to reiterate that those reopenings are very well spelled out in the lease rents, in the leases themselves when they first sign up for them. And it should allow them to, the tenants to program that increase into their business plan. It's not something that we spring on them at the last minute, and their rents are fixed for the next 10 years. Once that happens again, they are not adjusted upward as the year itself ends. In the case of assignments, the S&E agrees to take on the conditions of the lease itself, the original lease. So in the case that's being discussed, the S&E took on or agreed and took on the provision that in apparently 1 year, the lease was bound to be reopened. It wasn't a new lease. We don't do that for new leases. New leases generally don't get reopened for 10 to 15 years.
Okay, thank you, Brian. Vince, real
Yeah,
quickly,
yeah, real
because
quick.
we have to.
Yeah, I just want to, if there could be something, Brian, that when the lease does occur, that there could be a resource that the people leasing the property can go to get the legalese of the lease disseminated, that they can understand it. I know me personally, I'm a farmer. I'm not good at legalese. I know other farmers aren't. And so if we could find a vehicle for them to be able to have that knowledge and understanding right at the forefront, that would be great.
I think that our property managers are available. Maybe we need to improve communicating, but they can explain any questions regarding the lease.
Yeah.
We cannot provide legal advice though to these prospective tenants.
The questions to ask about the lease.
Oh, sure, no. The property managers are always available to answer any questions, non-legal questions that current or prospective tenant may have.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Board members, I'm gonna call for the question if no member has asked a question yet. Okay. So the request is for acceptance of the annual lease rents as determined by independent appraisal for rent reopenings on the vacant lands, rent reopenings and vacant lands for various lots that are located statewide. And that information is in your submittal. I'm gonna do a roll call vote. Mary Alice.
I with reservations.
N. Young.
Yes.
Okay. Suzanne Case.
Aye.
Okay. Anya.
Aye.
Okay. Fred.
Aye.
James.
I with reservations.
Vince.
Yes, I with reservations.
Okay. Diane Lay. I with reservations. Randy Craw.
Aye.
Okay, chair votes aye. Thank you very much. It's a unanimous approval. We're gonna move on to request number 3, approval for conversion of revocable permit S6814 to a new lease, general lease for Ronald Weidenbach, doing business as Hawaii Fish Company. Linda, is that your presentation?
Yes, it is. Thank you, Chair. So again, this is a request for approval for conversion of revocable permit number S6814 to a new general lease for Ronald P. Weidenbach, DBA Hawaii Fish Company. This is at Kaena Wailua on the island of Oahu. Under remarks, Mr. Weidenbach was issued revocable permit number S6814 by the Board of Land and Natural Resources in 1999. In 2014, the BLNR set aside the subject parcels to the Agribusiness Development Corporation for agriculture purposes. On September 14th, 2022, revocable permit S 6814 was set aside to the Department of Agriculture for management purposes. In 1978, just some background on Hawaii Fish Company. In 1978, Hawaii Fish Company has been in the industry of freshwater aquaculture development and production in Hawaii. HFC began in-house research and development of Chinese catfish spawning and culture in Manoa in 1980 and initiated commercial production and sales in 1982 at a Waimanalo location. In 1986, in Honolulu Valley, they diversified production and live sales to include freshwater prawns, tilapia, grass carp, silver carp, and bighead carp. For the past 30 years, HFC has been located at the former U.S. Army Hawaii Bituminous and Paving Company quarry at Mokuleia. HFC has developed a small-scale, self-sustaining, multi-generational family aquaculture operation and researched and developed an innovative aquaculture and aquaponics production technologies through local and federal research grants. HFC has gained a reputation within the local seafood and restaurant trades as a consistent and reliable supplier of premium quality farm-raised fish. The farm has provided weekly sales to Honolulu's Chinatown live seafood markets since 1993. The Department of Land and Natural Resources Division of Forestry and Wildlife has identified a portion of the land subject to the set-aside, estimated to be 61.5 acres more or less, and requested that area to be withdrawn and reset aside to DOFA at a later date as a game management area for public use for hunting, hiking, and other recreational purposes. HDOA agreed with DOFA's request and seeks authorization to enter into a memorandum of understanding with DOFA regarding the subsequent withdrawal and set aside to include, without limitation, DOFA's commitment to seek federal or other funding for surveying and mapping to establish the game management area and any access which may be required or appropriate. Pursuant to the Hawaii Administrative Rules, Mr. Wiedenbach is requesting a conversion of the revocable permit to a new lease with a 35-year term with the character of use as diversified agriculture, including without limitation aquaculture. The approval of conversion to a new lease is subject to the department requiring an appraisal of the parcels, imposing other lease terms, provisions, restriction, and conditions as provided in this chapter, requiring payment of annual lease rent by appraisal and plus a premium computed at 25% of the annual base rent for each year of the lease, not to exceed 7 years, and also requiring those qualifying to meet the bona fide farmer criteria as defined in the Hawaii Administrative Rules. An appraisal has been ordered by the lessor for the purpose of determining the fair market annual base rental and additional rents for the initial 15-year term of the new lease. Recommendation is that the Board of Agriculture, 1, find by allowing the conversion of this revocable permit to a new long-term lease, the state would realize greater returns and reduce disruptions to current ongoing farming operations and is therefore in the public interest. And 2, approve permittee's request to convert revocable permit number S6814 held by Ronald P. Wiedenbach, DBA Hawaii Fish Company, to a new non-agricultural parklands lease of not more than 35 years with the character views as diversified agriculture, including without limitation aquaculture. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Board members, do I have a motion?
So moved. Second.
Moved by James Gomes, second by Vince Mina. Is there anyone from the public that wants to testify?
We do have one hand raised. I'd like to call forward Janet Ashman. Please state your name and organization.
Hi, good morning, Chairperson Shimabukuro Geyser and board members. My name is Janet Ashman and I'm speaking as an individual. I'm sorry that you can't see me, but I don't have the internet bandwidth to have the video come on at the same time as I'm speaking. I've worked for over 30 years with all types of large and small farmers on many ag issues throughout Hawaii. And I'm also myself a backyard farmer managing a small goat herd and orchard. I strongly support board approval of a long-promised long-term lease for Hawaii Fish Company, Inc. The Weidenbach family has been steadfast in its dedication to increasing local food production and supporting the community while expanding aquaculture opportunities in Hawaii. I lived in the vicinity of this property for decades. I remember it from over 40 years ago before Ron was asked by the state to explore the feasibility of aquaculture there. It was an abandoned quarry site and used to be a place where young people like me then hung out, swam in the dark, and partied. It was easy to trespass onto, and it was a dangerous place with all kinds of derelict equipment and rubbish. Against all odds, Ron and his family have turned the place into a showcase for what can be done with a lot of hard work to turn a dream into reality. And all that energy and investment while waiting and having just a month-to-month permit. Knowing Ron and his family, I'm certain that his experience, dedication, and passion for innovative and productive farming will continue to benefit Hawaii, especially once he's allowed the stability of a long-term lease. There really are not enough positive adjectives to describe the type of person Ron is. Skilled, diligent, conscientious, honest, vastly experienced and educated, globally respected and connected, and maybe most of all patient, having been strung along for a long-term lease literally for decades. I'm sure you've received many letters of support from critical persons and organizations, including the North Shore community, who have long awaited this day. The Weidenbach family is a prime example of the type of farmer that Hawaii needs and should be proud of. They have the experience, dedication, innovation, and passion required of farmers everywhere, but especially in Hawaii.
Janet, I would just like to let you know you've reached your 2 minutes. If you could please summarize.
I will, thank you. Their commitment to high standards for their operations and their products, combined with their care and respect for the community and environment, are exemplary and align perfectly with the mission of DOA and the state's goals for self-sufficiency. Thank you very much for your consideration of the request to approve the LTO for the Hawaii Fish Company, Inc.
Thank you, Janet. Is there anyone else that wants to testify?
There are no other hands raised.
Board members? Yes.
Can I go?
Yes.
Okay. So, knowing that we have a lot of participation of people in favor of this Hawaii Fish Companies, the set aside for Bullfart 61.5 acres. Is any of that acres presently used by this Hawaii Fish Company?
I can answer that. No, it's all Mocha, rough terrain, so it's not part of the use of the Hawaii Fish Company now.
Okay, board members that are participating virtually, did you hear a board member Randy Cabral answering board member Gomes's question? Did you hear that? Okay. Does anybody need the answer repeated? Oh, on
and the question maybe actually question and the answer.
yes, repeat your question and Randy just answer.
My question was the set aside for 61.5 acres for Bullfart at a later time for a GMA. Is it any of that property that the current leasing is using as for his farm operation, his fish farm?
No, it's not. I mean, they have, I think the current leasing is agreeable to that being taken out.
That's all.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions, Vince?
I just wanted to comment, you look at these pictures on the back of the document that was given to us, and it just shows that Ron is an exemplary aquaculture specialist with a complete ag system mentality. And just really applaud his efforts. The fact that it's been month to month is just, I've known of him since 2012 when he was in ag leadership program. So, the guy is amazing, and anything that we can do to support people like this going forward is in our best interest for sure.
Right. Chair.
Yes, Randy.
I have a question and clarification. Just to be sure, it's Hawaii Fish Company, Inc. Is that correct? It says Hawaii Fish Company, but I think it's an Inc.
Linda,
And the second part to this, I know it says 35 years, but is it within the board's authority to change that to 65, given the fact that aquaculture is a long-term operation? In order to get proper loans and financing, you need that long-term. Can the board do that now and change that motion?
Amend the motion.
Yeah. Or a friendly amendment to.
is that a
The
legal
AG can
question for Ryan Yee?
Okay, so procedurally, if the move on and the second agree, you can amend the motion. Linda, is there any reason why it is 35 years rather than a longer period? And I also note that the request is for the permittee to be Ronald Weidenbach with the DBA. So if that's not correct, that should also be made clear.
Linda, you're muted. Linda, you're muted.
Stephen, I think she's looking something up to.
Oh,
ask.
I'm sorry, I was muted there.
Oh, okay.
Okay. The name that's in the board title, is that what we're talking about? It's a DBA and it was taken off of the revocable permit. This is the name that's listed on the revocable permit, and that's what we usually.
I think it was incorporated though, some time ago. So it's actually Hawaii Fish Company, Inc.
Right. I mean, I in a situation like this, when we do, after we do the conversion, we could do an assignment to a corporate successor, and that's allowed by the rules.
But that
would be my suggestion.
So the agenda item is the conversion of the existing revocable permit. The existing revocable permit is to Mr. Weidenbach. So we would then need to assign the new converted lease from Mr. Weidenbach to.
And that would have to come back.
That would have to come back because we did not list it on the agenda. I mean, that's a good note. I unfortunately will have to come back. But
Okay.
what about the 65 years, Linda? Why is it 35? Why not longer?
35 years is our standard initial term. 65 years. I don't think we have granted any leases for the full term, from the Department of Agriculture. I suppose that might be a Brian Yee, a policy question, or.
It is allowed.
Right, because it is a maximum 65-year term. But it's our standard practice to offer an initial 35-year term.
Okay, but it's not illegal to offer a 65-year term.
That's correct. I would say, Brian, I don't want to, it's my understanding from the rules, yes, 65 years is the maximum term, and I suppose it could be offered by the board.
What I would say is if you do, it's not more than, so if we find a problem, we will probably then have to impose it lower. If there's some legal problem, then we could do it lower.
Then I would propose that if friendly amendment, no more than 65.
Do we know that Mr. Weinbach requested 65?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, he did?
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
and the name change.
And a name change.
Way ahead of you, Brian. I have no problem with that, with the friendly amendment, having it to go to 65 years.
Not more than.
Not more than 65 years as an amendment.
So just to be clear, Linda, this would be the authority that you're being given. And then we'll take if there is some reason, some legal reason why not, you know, but we have the authority to go up to 65 and we'll go to whatever we can legally do. Understand?
Yes.
So there's no, I have a question for Brian. So there's, because of the notice of the agenda for this item in the agenda, so we can't do a correction to the name.
Yeah, well, it's not a correction. If it was simply a correction to the name, we could have done that. But this is not a correction. This is actually the assignment.
Yeah, because it says on the permit.
Yeah.
The legal before correct.
But you can change from 35 to 65 because that's within the area of the subject matter of the agenda.
Okay, so we have an amended motion. You agree? Okay, the second agrees? Okay. Okay, do we have to vote on that?
No, as
No.
long as both agree, there's no vote needed.
Okay, so the amended motion is to not only do the conversion from a revocable permit to a new general lease, but the term would be not more than 65 years. Okay, so that is the motion, amended motion. So we're gonna vote on the amended motion. Mary Alice? I saw I, is that correct? You're muted, okay. In Anya?
Aye.
N Young?
Yes.
Suzanne? Case?
I,
Brent Paul?
Aye.
James Bowles?
Aye.
Vince Mina? Aye. Diane Day? Randy Cabral?
Aye.
Okay, chair votes aye. So you have a unanimous approval of the conversion and the term not to exceed 65 years. Okay. Thank you. Okay, moving on to number 5. This is a resubmittal, a request to consent to assignment of general lease. Lonnie L. Ginn to Kumu Farms in the Molokai Ag Park, lot 12.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So again, this is a resubmittal. It's a request for consent to assignment of general lease number 9013, Lonnie L. Jin, who's the lessee, the assignor, to Kumu Farms LLC, the assignee. This is at the Molokai Agricultural Park on the island of Molokai in Maui County. Some background: in 1975, BLNR awarded general lease number 4433 to the County of Maui for agricultural lands now known as the Molokai Agricultural Park. Under Maui County's management, Lonnie Jin was awarded a sublease in 1987. In 1996, the BLNR canceled Maui County's lease and authorized the county to cancel the subleases and issue revocable permits. pending the set aside of the land to the Department of Agriculture. Maui County then issued a revocable permit to Mr. Jin. And in 1996, Governor's Executive Order number 3696 was issued, setting aside Molokai Agricultural Park to the Department of Agriculture in 1997, which included the revocable permit issued to Mr. Jin. General lease number S9013 dated April 4th, 2003 was issued to Lonnie L. Jin by the Department of Agriculture. Subsequently, due to family-related issues, Mr. Jin relocated to the mainland with the intention of returning to his Molokai farm to continue operations. To keep the land in active farming, Mr. Jin entered into a license agreement with Agrogenetics Molokai LLC to operate a seed farm on the premises. In 2018, Agrogenetics closed down its seed production operations and the license with Mr. Jin was canceled. Mr. Jin then contacted Kumu Farms LLC owner Grant Schul to commence management of farming operations in his absence to continue active farming on the land. Mr. Schul planted the entire farmable area with organic papaya interspersed with truck crops. Now, Mr. Jin is unable to resume farming as he has significant physical disabilities and requests that the lease be assigned to Kumu Farms LLC pursuant to Hawaii administrative rules. Consequently, an agreement to assign the lease to Kumu Farms was executed between the parties. Mr. Grant Schul is the sole owner of Kumu Farms LLC and owns and operates a successful farming business on Molokai and Maui. Mr. Schul holds title to 5 leases at the Molokai Agricultural Park and primarily produces organic sunrise papaya with a variety of other crops, which he sells locally at Molokai, on Molokai, and exports to neighbor islands. Mr. Schul has expanded his papaya production on Lot 12. Kumu Farms qualifies as an agricultural company with 75% of the interest in the company owned by members individually qualified as bona fide farmers. The sole member of the company, Grant Schul, has more than 2 years of farming experience, qualifies as a bona fide farmer, and meets eligibility requirements pursuant to 4-153, 1 and 13 of the Hawaii Administrative Rules. There is a consideration of $16,000 for the assignment of lease, which includes the existing 8-foot tall fence surrounding the premises, protecting the crops from devastation by the invasive deer population and an irrigation system for the crops. In accordance with paragraph 16 of the lease, there is no premium due to the lessor. The staff does not recommend an adjustment of the base annual rent. The next rental reopening is set for June 1st, 2024. Another piece of information that's not on the submittal that Chair Case was interested in knowing at the previous presentation, and that was the number of expressions of interest forms we received for ag land on Molokai. And we have 3. 2 of the expressions of interest forms were submitted by companies owned by the same person. And those 2, the owner of the 2 companies this year received or was assigned 2 leases, both from Agrogenetics Inc. So let's see, from Agrogenetics Inc. to Friendly Isle Growing Service Corporation, which is owned by Russell DeCoy. So the recommendation is that the Board of Agriculture consent to the assignment of general lease number 9013 from Mr. Lonnie L. Jin, who's the lessee and assignor, to Kumu Farms LLC, the assignee. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Board members, do I have a motion to approve? Moved by Vince,
Second.
second by James Gomes. Okay, we are in discussion. Is there anybody from the public that wants to testify on this item?
There are no hands raised from the public.
Okay, thank you. Board members, do you have any questions? This was deferred from the last board meeting for staff to provide additional information. And as Linda Morais stated, that there was expression of interest, but it came from parties that already have leases with us, Linda.
Yes.
So no new farmers or companies, no new farmers or companies looking for lots on Molokai with the department.
There was one, there were 3 expressions of interest. 2 were from current lessees, and one was, I know she's a farmer over there on Molokai.
Okay, so one new party.
But I didn't confirm with that party if they're still interested at this time.
Okay, so, okay. Yes, James.
Maybe that one party or other parties might be interested in the vacant lot in Molokai. Molokai has a vacant lot 5-2-001-017 for 30.715 acres.
That
ag
lot,
park.
that lot is being considered for the Molokai TB quarantine facility within the department by animal pollution. So because we got the
That's what Jason was trying to push for.
yeah, that we got the new positions and operating funds to stand up on portable office and everything. So that's why that's still vacant, because we're gonna allow to use a portion of that for department purposes.
Yeah.
Okay. Any questions? Diane, you had a question?
I guess I do, yeah. Linda, you just responded to a question about, you said there were 3 names on those expressing interest in leases, and 2 of which are owned by, the same company, and they have DOE leases. But then you said there was another producer, but you didn't reach out to her, but that was specifically what held this up last time.
I'm sorry.
What
I'm having a
triggered
hard
you-
time hearing.
What triggers you to reach out to the people who have an interest? I mean, that was why the board deferred action on this last time, because we were concerned that there might be other people interested in this lease.
Oh, okay, I understand. Right, that would have been a good idea. But in any case, we know any vacant lots, we would have to put out to public notice anyway statewide. So, there's no guarantees that that person would end up with a lot.
Any questions? Oh, board member and
Yeah, I'm with that. And I think we all want to make sure we're supporting all ag, right? Big ag, small ag, making sure one entity doesn't gobble up all the lots in an ag park. But I also think, at this point, the guy's been farming the land. It's not fair to him for us to kind of, be stringing this along too long. So, I'm inclined to take a vote if the rest of the board is willing.
okay, thank you, Anne. Any other comments, questions? Yes, Anya.
Yes, I support Anyang call. I think that the person is farming, and yes, so I support his ask to for vote.
Okay, thank you.
Chair,
Yes.
was the, I think we'll follow up with Diana's saying, is the person that showed interest, were they contacted to say, okay, this is what we got, and are you know, what credentials do you have around farming and so on and so forth, take to the next step? Has not been taken?
Okay, I'm gonna ask, Linda, can you explain, this is a request for assignment, right?
Yeah.
So do we versus a notice for bids for a vacant lot? So when we have a request for assignment, do we contact people on the
No, we do not.
Okay, but
If it's a vacant lot, then we must be required by law, by rule, to put out a public notice statewide.
This was an assignment. So the board can approve or disapprove the assignment. If we disapprove the assignment, then the lease gets terminated, I think, could be terminated.
Well, it stays with the individual and
Yeah, and then.
whatever happens.
Whatever happens. And then, you know. Okay. Any other questions? I'm gonna do a roll call vote. And Young,
Yes.
Mrs. Ann Case,
Aye.
Anya,
Aye.
Mary Alice,
Aye.
David Fred,
Aye.
James,
Aye.
Vince,
Aye.
Randy, okay, chair votes aye. So we have unanimous consent, okay, approval. Thank you.
Thank you.
And this concludes Agricultural Resource Management Division. We'll go back to the emergency loan. Hopefully, members, you're able to look at the loan request. It's an emergency loan, COVID-19 emergency loan. Okay, so I'd like to call no, I think it was Wayne. It's Wayne. Wayne Takamine, Morris, Atta. We're going back to the last request for approval for Ocoa Farm Inc. Stephen, are they available?
Yes, I'm moving them over right now.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, I'm here. Trying to get the video going. Hi. Okay, well, thank you so much for hearing this case. I hope you understand that these are very, very busy farmers, and we had a little problem with some of the documentation. There were some, I think, articles of incorporation and bylaws that they didn't have quite available last week, but we do have it available now. So I'm going to go ahead and proceed with the presentation. Thank you so much for allowing us to hear this case. Ocoa Farms Inc. was established on January 7, 2014 by Ryan Earhart and Salvador Gil Coca, who are 50% partners that share a diverse background. Ryan Earhart completed his undergraduate studies with a degree in business marketing and computer science before starting a small retail produce business on the mainland. He eventually moved to Maui and worked as a produce manager for Mana Foods, a large independent produce store in Bahia. There he obtained real-world experience in product quality, pricing points, marketing, media, relationships, compliance, and agricultural loan protocols. He also continued his studies at C.F.R, where he completed his Master Gardener Certificate training and completed an online course from the Permaculture Research Institute of Australia. Salvador Gil Coca grew up on his family farm in El Salvador, watching his father work on the farm from an early age. He soon learned how to tend the fields, harvest crops, and raise livestock. He grew up admiring his father for always having a trick or special knack to ensure a beautiful crop each season. Sal moved to Maui to work with his brother on his farm in 2008. In 2014, Salvador and Ryan registered Ocoa Farms as a general partnership, growing over 100 varieties of organic vegetable, herbs, fruit trees, and berries. In 2022, they converted the farm to Ocoa Farms Incorporated. Ryan manages the marketing, finance, and distribution, while Salvador supervises over 20 acres of crops. This request is for a $150,000 emergency access deer loan request offered by the State of Hawaii Agricultural Loan Division. In 2020 till today, Ryan and Salvador have noticed an increase in deer encroachment onto their farm. The deer especially like to attack the leafy produce and bean crops. Currently, the farms are 70% enclosed with low fencing that is not able to fully protect the farm from the deer invasion. The recent Maui drought has intensified deer activity, and the only effective action is to do nightly patrols at 10 o'clock, 3 a.m., and 5 a.m. with air horns and loud sounds to scare the deer away. Ryan estimates over $150,000 in damages by the deer over the last year. This proposal is to purchase materials and labor to build a 7-foot fence along the perimeter of the 2 Ocoa farm parcels in Kula. The 5 Pile Valley Road parcel consists of 15.231 acres that is owned by Ocoa Farms. The second parcel is situated on 2710 Kula Highway, is 10.618 acres of land leased with an agreement for 2 years and the option to extend up to an additional 10 years. The loan terms are as follows. This Class D $150,000 emergency operating loan will have a term of 10 years, interest rate of 3%, and monthly payments of $1,450 till maturity. The request will be secured by first position UCC, banking security, interest, and financing statement in accounts receivables, livestock, inventory, and farm equipment. A chattel appraisal was made on November 14, 2022. It estimates the total value of Ocoa Farms, food processing, and farming equipment.
Just about to start my day. I had a bit of a late night last night because
Somebody, go ahead, Dwayne.
Oh, food processing and farm equipment at $457,331. Staff recommends approval for this loan request, and I'm open for any questions.
Thank you, Wayne. Board members, do I have a motion for Vince to approve? Second by James. We're in discussion. Is there anybody from the public that wants to testify?
There is. We have Ryan Earhart. I'm going to bring him forward.
Okay, thank you.
Ryan Earhart, if you please state your name and organization.
Yep. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. My name is Ryan Earhart with Ocoa Farms, and just wanted to, thank you guys for the opportunity to consider this this loan. And we're definitely working hard at feeding the citizens of Maui. We do 4 farmers markets per week, and we do restaurants and hotels, and we're fortunately able to sell everything that we grow. Our limiting factor is production, and not only due to the major losses from the deer, but also we've got other invasive species insects that have cost us another $250,000 in the past 12 months. So we've had some big losses, and this loan should help us secure our perimeter and allow us to move forward with confidence that we don't have to stay up all night or wake up 3 times a night chasing the deer off the farm. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ryan. Board members, anyone else, Stephen from the public wanting to testify?
There were no other hands raised.
Okay, thank you. Board members, any questions? Vince?
I'd just like to make a comment. I know Ryan personally, and if we could have more farmers like Ryan in Hawaii, we'd be better off. It's amazing, both him and his partner, who is from Guatemala, his partner from Guatemala, just incredible agriculturalists. And so I really appreciate that they're thriving. And I just want to applaud and hope they continue to thrive and what they're doing. It's really a wonderful thing for them.
Randy, followed by James.
I just want to ask Ryan, is the 7-foot fencing enough to keep the deer out, or it should be higher? 8 feet?
We started leasing this land 15 years ago, and we've had a 4-foot cattle fence with a 1 strand of barbed wire on the top, and for the most part, that has kept the deer out. And we've already started to install some of the other fence, and we got plenty of deer activity on the other side of the fence. They're leaving their droppings, but they've been unable to make it over that. So we're doing some very sturdy Kiave posts, and then 6-foot fencing with as high as we can go on our 11-foot posts. So it will end up being over 7 foot in most areas, and we feel it's going to be effective. The considerable expense is, like, obviously you got the fence, but we also have the gates. So we need several gates as well, and so we need to make sure that we custom weld some gates that can also maintain that height, so they don't just come right in the lowest spot right on the driveway.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ryan.
Yeah.
What is your livestock inventory? Just curious.
We have about 900 laying hens and approximately 20 goats.
And these are meat goats or milking goats?
Both.
Okay.
Yeah.
And just for food for thought, I've seen deer go over 8-foot fences.
Oh, for sure. And I have too. But it's when it's that situation, it's probably just only going to be the one buck, not the whole herd. The younger ones don't seem to be able to jump. So, we'll continue monitoring. We're looking at investing in trail cameras so that we can put them in vulnerable spots that will get a notification on our mobile phone if there's any breach of the perimeter, so that we know we can go address that.
Thank you, Ryan. Any other questions? Okay, I'm going to call for a roll call vote. This is to approve the request for this emergency loan to Bokoa Farms Inc. on Maui. Mary Alice?
Aye.
Anya?
Aye.
Ann Young?
Yes.
Suzanne Case?
Aye.
Aye.
James
Aye.
Holmes?
Aye.
Vince Nino? Diane, Randy?
Aye.
Phyllis. Chair votes aye, so you have unanimous approval.
Thank you guys so much.
Good luck, Ryan.
All right. Thank you. We won't let you down. We'll make it.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you. Okay,
Thank you.
members, we have one more hour and we have two divisions. So I'd like to move on to the Agricultural Development Division and call up the administrator, Dr. Matthew Lowe. Oh, Matthew, let's. Oh, okay. We're gonna take a quick 5-minute break for obvious reasons. We'll be back at 12:07. We're going live. Okay, thank you very much. We'd like to resume with our agenda. This is for Agricultural Development Division. This is a request for preliminary approval of proposed adoption of Chapter 4-61 Hawaii Administrative Rules entitled Food Hub Grant Program. I'd like to call Matthew Loke, Dr. Loke. Matthew, please summarize as much as possible because we've got quite a bit on the agenda left and we'd like to complete the agenda within our time constraint. So can you summarize and then we'll have more time for questions.
Sure. Aloha, Madam Chair and members of the board.
Matthew, can you put the camera on if it's possible? Okay, there you go.
Okay. Aloha, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Matthew Loke, Administrator, Ag Development Division. We have one agenda item and two specific requests for your consideration this afternoon. These actions are taken to provide rules governing the implementation of Act 313 SLH 2022 relating to a food hub program in Hawaii. Our first order is to request for preliminary approval of proposed adoption of Chapter 4-61 Hawaii Administrative Rules entitled Food Hub Grant Program. In essence, this new chapter has two subchapters. Collectively, they address rules of general applicability and two, eligibility and selection process of the program. Subchapter 1 includes 4 sections and subchapter 2 includes 6 sections. Our second order is to request authorization of the chairperson to schedule public hearings and to appoint one hearing officer. That sums up our agenda item and I'll be happy to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. Members, do I have a motion to approve?
So second.
Moved by Diane Wade, second by James Stokes. Okay, we're in discussion. Is there any members from the public that want to testify on this item?
There are no hands raised at this time.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. Board members, do you have any questions for Dr. Loke? Oh, Diane?
Yes. Thanks, Matthew. Appreciate this opportunity. Under the section 4-61-4 grants, the purpose of the use. It identifies the costs of vehicles and vehicle expenses cannot be used. Sorry. Well, my question is, isn't transportation and workforce some of the significant costs involved with a food hub? And I'm just wondering, are there opportunities to address that? Or I wasn't quite clear what is included, what isn't included.
Yes, thank you.
Vehicles, driving the vehicles, maintenance of those vehicles.
Thank you for the question, Diane. Certainly transportation will play an important part in food hubs because you have to transport fresh produce from the farm and into clients. That would be included. And in starting the program, we are more focused on the construction of facility. But I think your point is well taken. We will consider transportation very closely.
Brett?
Just relating to Tom's question, it says travel that is not related to food. It's ineligible. But which implies that travel related to food
is eligible. Okay, all right.
Yeah, okay,
It's a little bit confusing. I mean, more clarity would be, it's always easier for the public and for decision makers.
Okay, N followed by Mary Alice.
Yeah, just a comment real quick. Food hubs, one, this is my one of my areas of interest for sure. You know, just to Diane's point, what I think she's getting at is that you know, food hubs are kind of nebulous entities. In one region they may be one thing, and someplace else they may be someplace else. So, you know, whatever we kind of go with is going to have to be backed by some kind of you know, county-wide or even smaller unit of analysis, maybe district level. And I know Matthew folks are very capable of that. The other thing I would like to just state for the chair is that Pacific Gateway Center has done some food hubbing in the past and may be eligible for this grant moving forward. And so I'd like to recuse myself from this, abstain from this vote.
Oh, okay, thank you for disclosing that. And Mary Alice?
Thank you, Chair. What's the source of funding for this program? And is it expected to be self-sustaining as in a special fund, or is it going to be funded through the base budget of the general fund? Or you know, how is it, or is it a one-time grant program?
Thank you for the question, Mary Alice. We have been allocated $1.5 million for fiscal 2022 and 23 to develop this program. And the legislature has asked us for annual reports, and that we should go back in to request more funds if needed.
And
so
Chair,
it's G funded.
Yeah, Chair, is this for the 24-25 fiscal biennium? Is this part of the department's base budget, or is it go to the add-ons that could be considered by the legislature under certain circumstances?
I think this is going to be this is not part of the admin package because of Mary Alice, you well know, because of the transition. We were focused on housekeeping measures, that way allowing the new administration to you know, include their priorities and initiatives. So you know, this is we're establishing a new program, and so we have to get the rules and do the RFP to encumber the funds. So at this early part of building this program, we didn't feel that comfortable that, you know, it was going to be something that we could project what we needed, you know, beyond what was appropriated for us to do.
So Chair, if the funds aren't encumbered by June 30th, 2023, do they lapse?
They do, but we have, that's why we are quickly initiating these rules. And,
have you considered doing emergency rules or interim rules to speed up that process?
No, we decided to get this on the board. We think that we can do the RFP simultaneously with the rule, going through the rule process. And so that was our strategy, to get the monies encumbered in this fiscal year.
Okay, thank you, Chair. That does answer my question.
Thank you. Yes, Vince.
Yeah, Chair, just a little historical information. Back in 2015, when I was president of HFUU, a strategic initiative was to develop food hubs across the state. And two of our chapter presidents, Waianae and Kona, started to exchange a bunch of food because of that, developing their food hubs. So right now there's 14 in the that are developed. Saleh Assisi, who's the policy chair of HFUU, has led that movement, and it's really a wonderful thing to see finally that it's been funded by the legislature. It was ready to be funded just before COVID, so it was that kind of a COVID experience. But it's great that it finally was funded, and I see this as not being a problem to spend that money. You know, these food hubs are ready and willing to to apply. And as a matter of fact, Sally is, from what I understand, is at one of the food hubs on Maui right now, visiting today, doing moving all this forward.
Thank you, Vince. Mary Alice, do you still have your hand up or are you done? Okay. Any other questions, comments? Ready for the vote? Ready for the vote? And member N Young is abstaining from the vote. So I'm gonna do a roll call vote. Mary Alice?
Aye.
Okay. Anya?
Aye.
Suzanne Keys?
Aye.
Fred?
Aye.
Aye.
James?
Aye.
James? Diane? Randy?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Okay, so there's unanimous approval. Thank you very much, Matthew.
Thank you.
Thank you, members. Moving on.
Aloha.
We're going to plant industry division. We have 2 items in the pesticide branch. I'd like to call forward Scott Nishimoto. Okay, Scott, we can hear you.
Okay, hi, good afternoon, Chairperson and members of the board. My name is Scott Nishimoto, and I'm a case developer with the pesticides branch of HDOA Plant Industry Division. We would like to request that the final order in the matter of J-Tex Farm Inc. and Justin Texera, docket number 22-PE-023, be referred to the Attorney General for collection. On January 7th, 2022, the pesticides branch issued a warning notice to J-Tex Farm Inc. and Justin Texera, collectively defined as respondents, for failing to submit an annual report to HDOA for all restricted use pesticides applied by Mr. Texera during calendar year 2020 per Hawaii Administrative Rules Section 4-66-62. The warning notice instructed respondents to submit the annual report to HDOA within 30 days of receipt of the warning notice, or an NOV would be issued. Respondents were served with the warning notice on January 18th, 2022, and HDOA did not receive the annual report. On May 4th, 2022, HDOA issued the NOV to respondents. The NOV proposed a civil penalty in the amount of $100 and provided respondents to the opportunity to contest or negotiate the NOV within 30 calendar days from the date of receipt of the NOV, or the NOV would become final. On May 9th, 2022, the NOV was served on respondents, and HDOA did not receive any requests to contest the NOV. On June 21st, 2022, a final order was issued to respondents for failing to respond to the NOV. The final order required respondents to submit the original civil penalty within 20 business days from the date of receipt of the final order. The final order was served on respondents on July 9th, 2022, making the original civil penalty due by August 5th, 2022. On August 23rd, HDOA issued a demand letter to the respondents. The demand letter required respondents to submit the original civil penalty by September 14th, or HDOA would refer the matter to the Hawaii Department of the Attorney General for collection. On August 25th, 2022, the demand letter was served on respondents. As of today's date, respondents have failed to submit the original civil penalty amount of $100 to HDOA. Pursuant to HRS Section 149A-41B4, in case of inability to collect the administrative penalty or failure of any person to pay all or such portion of the administrative penalty as the board may determine, the board shall refer the matter to the Attorney General, who shall recover the amount by action in the appropriate court. The Pesticides Branch recommends that the board refer the final order for in the matter of J-Tex Farm Inc. and Justin Texera, docket number 22-P-023, to the Attorney General for collection. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Scott. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Moved by James Bones. Is there a second? Second by Diane. We're in discussion. Is there anybody from the public that wants to testify?
There are no hands raised at this time.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. Members, do you have any questions? Yes, Raymond.
Question. Scott, these guys would have to have a certificate or license to apply, right? Private applicators license. In a case of this,
I'm
when
sorry.
you're not in compliance, do we do anything about that license? Or-
Yes, so that is that'd be a policy decision whether you want to discontinue the license, or there actually is called we refer to it as a certificate. So we do have that option to discontinue their certificate if they prove to be uncooperative.
Okay, thank you.
James.
I have a question. You know, how do you assess or come up with the fee of $100? And our next agenda item is the same thing, and it's $150.
Yeah, so thank you for the question. So we initially based that off of our certified applicator record keeping violation amount. So that would started at $250. So in discussion with our program manager, myself, and the acting program compliance officer at the time, we determined the amount. So the amounts are based on whether they're private or commercial applicators. So a private applicator who did not purchase any RUPs during that reporting calendar year, we came up with the penalty amount of $100. For the private applicators who had purchased RUPs within that calendar reporting year, we determined that it should be $150. And then for commercial applicators who did not purchase RUPs during the calendar year, we left that at the $250 record keeping penalty amount that we have previously used in other NOVs. And then for commercial applicators who did purchase RUPs within the calendar year, we came up with a $300 penalty amount. So that's why the penalty amounts differ depending on whether a person is a private or commercial applicator, and whether or not he or she purchased RUPs within the calendar year or not.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Members, any other questions? Okay, I'm gonna call for the vote, roll call vote. Anya,
Yes.
Mary Alice,
Yes.
and Young,
Yes.
Suzanne,
I,
Fred,
Aye.
James, Vince, Diane, Randy. Okay, myself. So there are unanimous approval. Scott, you want to proceed with the next one?
Yes, thank you very much. Good afternoon, Chairperson and members of the board.
Can you summarize, since it's pretty, if it's similar, and just point out the differences?
Yes, so we would like to request that the final order for in the matter of Chowan Produce Inc. and Pao Kun Chi, docket number 20-PE-109, be referred to the Attorney General for collection. On December 11th, 2020, the pesticides branch issued an NOV to Chowan Produce and Pao Kun Chi. They had 20 days to request for a hearing. The NOV was served on December 19th, 2020 to Mr. Chi, and on May 20th, 2021 to Chowan Produce. No request was received. On July 1st, 2021, a final order was issued. The final order was served on Mr. Chi on July 7th, 2021, and it required the respondents to submit the original civil penalty to HDOA by August 13th, 2021. On September 9th, 2021, a demand letter was issued to the respondents. It was served on Chowan Produce on September 11th, 2021, and on September 16th, 2021 on Mr. Chi. As of today's date, respondents have failed to submit the original civil penalty amount of $150 to HDOA. The Pesticides Branch recommends that the board refer the final order for in the matter of Chowan Produce Inc. and Pao Kun Chi to the Attorney General for collection. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Scott. Members, of a motion? Moved by Randy, second by James Gomes. Discussion. Any questions from the public or comments, testimony from the public?
There are no hands raised at this time.
Okay. Any questions, comments by board members? Okay, seeing none, I'm gonna call for the vote. Anya?
Aye.
Mary Alice?
Aye.
En Young?
Yes.
Suzanne? Brett?
Aye.
James? Vince? Diane? Randy? And I vote aye. Okay, unanimously approved. Okay, sorry about that background noise. Okay, thank you, Scott. Good
All right.
job.
Thank you, everyone.
Moving on to plant quarantine branch. We have 3 items. And we have half an hour. So, okay, so Chris Kishimoto is up. It's request for preliminary review of the currently unlisted moth. And it's a 5-part request. So first, if it's possible, if you can summarize.
Sure. Would you like me to read the entire title, or shall I just move past that?
I believe your request is reflected in the agenda, so you don't have to repeat the agenda.
Okay. All right. So yeah, this is a request. My name is Chris Kishimoto. I'm here with the Department of Agriculture's Plant Quarantine Branch, and I'm here to present a request to, for the import, possession, and release basically of the currently unlisted moth Eucalacea chrysippe. For this project, various shipments of Eucalacea will be imported. The shipper is going to be Dr. Paul Hansen in San Pedro, San Jose, Costa Rica. The importer and the applicant for this project is Dr. Matthew Tracy Johnson from the Institute of Pacific Island Forestry at the Pacific Southwest Research Station located in Volcano, Hawaii. The applicant is requesting that the board place Eucalacea chrysippe on the list of restricted animals Part A for import and release as biocontrol of Myconia calvescens, a state-listed noxious weed. Eucalacea chrysippe was originally brought into Hawaii Volcanoes National Park's quarantine facility from Costa Rica in 2012 for biocontrol research and host range testing. In April of 2020, a draft environmental assessment was submitted to the Office of Environmental Quality Control with the anticipated finding of no significant impact. The draft was published in OEQC's environmental notice on April 23rd, 2020. And since then, a final environmental assessment with a finding of no significant impact has been published in the environmental notice on September 23rd, 2022. So the initial quarantine of the imported moths will be at the USDA Forest Service Hawaii Volcanoes National Park's quarantine facility. And Eucalacea, the colony, will originate from insects that have been originally collected from Costa Rica and shipped to the volcano quarantine facility for rearing and screening to eliminate associated natural enemies. Dr. Johnson will positively identify all the insects and determine them to be free of natural enemies in preparation for release. Screening for possible diseases, infections will be conducted with the assistance of USDA's Agricultural Research Service and the United States Geological Survey. Due to the difficulty of getting adult butterflies to successfully reproduce in the laboratory, adults will be transferred to outdoor rearing cages in an area not accessible to the public, and continuous monitoring for potential natural enemies will occur during all life stages. Roughly 300 insects at a time will be removed from quarantine as mature pupae that are ready to emerge as adult butterflies, independent of host plant material and other potential contaminants. Any unused material from the quarantine facility will be autoclaved on site. The butterflies will be released into patches of Myconia where their behavior, survival, and reproduction can be monitored. Offspring from the initial environmental releases will be collected and screened, then used for further releases statewide. Because most of this, this work is going to be done on state land and or using state funding, there is a requirement for environmental review. And in fulfillment of this requirement, Dr. Johnson has submitted a final environmental assessment prepared by the Department of Land and Natural Resources with a finding of no significant impact that was published in the Environmental Review Program's Environmental Notice on September 23rd, 2022. This request was submitted to both the Subcommittee on Entomology and the Advisory Committee on Plants and Animals for their review and recommendation. Both groups recommended approval of this request, and for staff recommendation, based on the recommendations and comments from the Advisory Subcommittee on Entomology and the Advisory Committee, the Plant Quarantine Branch also recommends approval of this request. Thank you.
Oh, good job, Chris. Okay, thank you. Members, do I have a motion? Oh, moved by Jane, second by Diane. We have discussion. Anyone from the public wishes to testify?
No hands raised at this time.
Members, oh, James, questions?
Yeah, question. So looking at this, and it has been a time frame for it to become biocontrol before even they bring it into the islands. Now it's here. Once it's released, because there's such a strong protocol of what you can, you can't do. Once is it released, do we have enough boots on the ground to monitor the progress of this biocontrol? And will reports be made and bring back to the board to outline the progress that's been done?
Okay. Chris?
As far as if there's enough boots on the ground to assist with the releases and the monitoring, that would be the responsibility of both the applicant and the Plant Pest Control Branch of the Department of Agriculture. I think that they may have staffing on all islands to be able to do this, but that's something that maybe the Plant Pest Control Branch can comment on. As far as report writing, that can be, reports can be generated. They are a permit condition, and those reports can be brought back to the board if that's what the board desires.
I would like to see that happen, because there's no sense bringing a biocontrol, we release it, and they have a buffet line out there. And once the buffet, the moths can never keep up with it, you know, because you've got a buffet. It's the same thing happened with the fire. So I'm just curious, I'd like to have reports back, and that we are monitoring and do have enough people on the ground and funding.
Okay, do we have Helmuth or Darcy Oishi present to answer that question of is there enough boots on the ground or manpower once the biocontrol is launched with release of this moth?
I just called forward Dr. Helmut Brock.
So this is Helmut Brock. I'm sorry, can you quickly repeat the question because I couldn't hear? I was on.
Once it's released, do we have enough personnel to monitor what the, you know, since they're released, to monitor it, make reports and bring it back to the board? Because you're going to go on every island, and it's going to take some time in order to control this meicomium. You know, I'm just saying because I've seen this happen with the fireweed. You know, Parker Ranch is roughly 12,000 acres of fireweed. Ulupalaku Ranch, we probably have 3,000. But all it takes is drought, fireweed is gone. But as soon as the rain comes, it's back, and it's back full force. And you still don't have, even if we're raising our own, we don't have enough mouths out there to control that buffet line. So I'm asking, does this, you know, we're going to do this, and Maconia needs to be controlled. Do we have enough people?
So, yeah. Yes, thank you for the question. And again, for the record, I'm Helmut Rock. administrator of the Plant Industry Division with the Hawaii Department of Agriculture. Good afternoon, Chairperson and members of the board. Do you want the short answer or the long answer? Yes, and considering the time, luckily, this is certainly a cooperation with multiple partners in Hawaii. We're working with DLNR, we're working with U.S. Forest Service, we are working with the ISC. We have our personnel on the islands. Yes, we have personnel restrictions, we have funding restrictions, but I think amongst all the partners, we should be able to coordinate a systematic monitoring and follow-up on the release of these biocontrol agents. Do we have sufficient personnel, even amongst all of us? Probably not. But again, you know, this is out of our control. We certainly would like to have more personnel out there to make sure that the impact is recorded and we can get sufficient data to make sure that this is actually a as good as a biocontrol as we can get.
Okay.
I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you.
So are you folks doing a controlled study where you're gonna have a Myconia plant in a room and then release some moths and see how long it'll take for them to devour the thing?
Is Dr. Johnson, I think that's a question to Dr. Johnson. Is Dr. Johnson in the audience?
He is. Give me one moment to bring him forward.
Condition 15 does require an annual report on the effectiveness.
Dr. Johnson, if you could please state your name and organization.
Native animals as well as some of the
This is Tracy Johnson with the U.S. Forest Service. Can you hear me?
Okay, hang on. Just a moment, Dr. Johnson. Okay, he's gonna answer your question. Vince's question. Go ahead.
Hi, I did not hear the last part of the question.
Dr. Johnson, this is Vincent Mina. I just wanted to know if you folks are doing trials of having Myconia sequestered in a room or whatever in a greenhouse and then releasing some moths and seeing how long it would actually take to devour that to get some kind of an idea of what the timetables are, especially with the pupation, you know, the life of the moth.
Yeah, so we know a bit of the numbers in that regard from lab tests and observations in Costa Rica, but the short answer is no, we're not going to do it in an enclosed space and find out how much they can eat. We will try to monitor their consumption of Myconia out in the field. So in a realistic setting, what kind of impact do they have? Can we measure it? So I think that's a better, more realistic assessment.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Any questions from other board members? Okay, board members, to summarize, this is a 5-part request for approval. And we're gonna vote once on all 5 parts together, okay? So the motion is to approve the request. I'm gonna do a roll call vote. Anya?
Aye.
Okay, M. Young,
Yes.
Mary Alice,
Aye.
Suzanne Case,
Aye.
Fred,
Aye.
James,
Aye.
Vincent, Diane,
Aye.
Randy, okay, myself. So there's a unanimous approval. Okay, thank you. We're moving on to the request to review from Dr. Michael Meltzer, UH, to shorten or exempt the duration of quarantine for coffee leaf rust resistant coffee plants. And Jonathan, please summarize. So we have more time for question and answers because there's another item on the agenda after this request. So can you call Jonathan Ho up, please?
I'm here. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so Jonathan Ho, Inspection and Compliance Section Chief for the Plant Quarantine Branch. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. I have a request from Dr. Meltzer to basically shorten the or exempt the quarantine for some plants pursuant to Chapter 470-6. Basically, this is before the board because the Plant Protection Act basically preempts the branch from implementing regulation until out of foreign commerce. Dr. Meltzer's plants are under federal quarantine currently and have been in the state for well over 18 months and almost 18 months. And what the branch is requesting here is that the state's 1-year quarantine procedurally be exempted because the plants, for all intents and purposes, met the 12-month requirement for quarantine for coffee plants. And the plants have been subject to inspection by both the state and the federal regulatory authorities. No pests have been discovered at this time. And Dr. Meltzer has utilized processes and facilities that are that exceed what are normally done for plants that are under state quarantine. And because of that, the branch is recommending that the board is procedurally exempt the 1-year quarantine, provided that whatever plants that are released by the USDA pass. Thank you.
Good job, Jonathan. Okay, do I have a motion? Moved by Fred, second by James and Diane. Okay, we're in discussion. Is there anyone from the public that wants to testify?
There are no raised hands at this time.
Okay, and I understand. Okay, there's a hand raised by Fred. Fred, you have a question?
Yeah, this isn't changing the rules in any way. We're basically looking at 809 plants that are currently in quarantine. Lots of other questions. Thank you, Jonathan. I can see your head nodding. Lots of other questions regarding quarantine that I'm sure we'll get into at a later date. So thank you for that.
Okay. Did I see a hand raised? Oh, and
Sorry, I'll make it quick. So the current process is that if they're under quarantine under the federal statute, that the state quarantine is then consecutive to that rather than concurrent. Jonathan, is that correct?
Correct. So the Plant Protection Act basically preempts the state from taking regulatory action. So we can't do a concurrent release because they're not in commerce. They're still basically quarantined under the feds. So that's why it's kind of just a weird, it's just a weird setup for trade, basically. So thankfully, the rules have give the board the ability to manage the quarantine, and then hence the fact is what we're doing here today. For all intents and purposes, Dr. Meltzer has done the 1-year state quarantine.
Okay, thank you.
Mary Alice? Mary Alice, you had your hand, you're muted. You're muted.
My apologies. This is 800 coffee leaf rust resistant plants. How many hundreds of thousands of coffee plants are there in the state? And is there a way to to use these 800 that have gone through this very extensive quarantine and create a larger number of rust-resistant coffee plants for our coffee farmers? Or is every single tranche of rust-resistant coffee plants going to have to go through this same 18-month process?
For imports from foreign, currently, the way the regulations are set up, they would require the this process. The plants, once they're released from state and federal quarantine, are eligible for use for propagation and distribution. So, you know, and I think that's part of, I think the process is getting in clean material and then finding ways, you know, locally to propagate it and distribute it to farmers across the state.
Thank you, Fred, followed by Diane. No? Okay, Diane. So just to clarify, this action would be, if approved, would just apply to this current batch that Dr. Messler.
Correct.
Right. So anybody else, yes, or if he has a subsequent, it would need to come before the board. Please.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any other
Appreciate this one.
questions? Okay, members ready for the vote? Okay, I'll do a roll call vote. Mary Alice. You're muted and I saw you mouth aye. Okay, N.
Yes.
Okay, Anya.
I would like to abstain for potential conflict of interest. VC's always college request, so abstain.
Okay, thank you, Anya. Suzanne.
I,
Okay, Fred.
Aye.
Aye.
James, Felix, Diane, Brandy, myself. Okay, so we have 9 ayes and 1 abstention, so it is approved. Okay, thank you. Jonathan, last item. Request from Land and Natural Resources to designate Honolulu Airport on Maui and Lihue Airport on Kauai as additional ports of entry for the southern house mosquito with Wolbachia bacteria. Please summarize.
Yeah, so as the board will likely recall, at its June meeting, the board did approve board order to place QLEX on the restricted A list and approved import conditions, provided the board order was approved by the governor. On September 6th, the governor approved it and the branch subsequently issued a permit. The permit conditions dictate the port of entry, and as of the conditions basically state Honolulu as the port of entry. 150A 510 does give the board the ability to manage port of entry, and DLNR has requested formally to have these mosquitoes for this project enter through Kahului and through Lihue. The need to do so is to manage fitness of the mosquitoes. Obviously, eliminating the transiting should conceivably be better, direct shipments, and then having the ability to directly ship does provide them more flexibility to manage this process. Our recommendation is kind of 2-part. DLNR is requesting for, I guess, test shipments, and then for the shipments in perpetuity of the entire project. For the test shipments for both Kahului and Lihue, the branch does recommend approval in that the need to go through the process and determine how well things will work has to be done so that data can be collected. And then in perpetuity, we do recommend approval for Kahului in that we do have enough staff that should be able to deal with the shipments as they arrive, because theoretically they should be all on the same day and not too large in volume. We're not quite certain. However, for Lihue, there's only 2 inspectors. So at this time, we're not recommending approval of Lihue in perpetuity until more information can be provided so we can make a better assessment. Thank you.
Okay, Board members, do I have a motion? Okay, to approve. Okay, Diane, moved by Diane, Lei, second by Randy Corporal. We are in discussion. Anyone from the public would like to speak?
There are a couple. I'm going to call for the first one is Joshua Fisher. Please state your name and organization.
My name is Josh Fisher. I'm a fish and wildlife invasive species biologist with the Fish and Wildlife Service. To the chair and board members, Fish and Wildlife is in support of the DLNR's request to designate additional ports of entry to their existing import permit. This biopesticide doesn't have any anticipated risk to wildlife and public health, and adding additional ports does not introduce any additional risk. The Fish and Wildlife and DLNR are co-leads in implementation on Kauai of the biopesticide, and the request to add additional ports does streamline the transit time and adds additional, by adding additional ports will significantly increase the success of the species extinction prevention efforts that we are collaboratively working on. Thank you.
Thank you, Joshua. Anyone else from the public?
Yes, next I'll be calling up Chris Farmer. Please state your name and organization.
Aloha, Chair and board members. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. My name is Chris Farmer, and I am the Hawaii Program Director for the American Bird Conservancy. And we in Hawaii are racing multiple extinctions of multiple Hawaiian birds, and the best hope is this landscape scale suppression of mosquitoes. Currently, the breeding facility is in the Bay Area of California. It can only be shipped to Honolulu. As you heard, allowing them to be shipped to these multiple ports of entry will mean far less travel and holding times. Otherwise, we'll have to unpack and feed the mosquitoes, and it adds a lot more time and reduces their effectiveness once they get up to these upper elevation forests of the Alakai and Haleakala. And so ABC urges approval of this request to better protect the birds of Kauai and Maui.
Thank you, Chris. Anyone else from the public?
Thank you. We have one more. It's Cynthia King from DLNR. Please state your name and organization.
Hi, good morning, Chair and board members. I'm Cynthia King, entomologist for DLNR Division of Forestry and Wildlife. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much for hearing this request. And you know, we understand that HDOA is currently understaffed on Kauai, and that is always a tough situation to be in. However, I do think those positions are really critical, and because of that, they will likely be filled. Their additional position that they're done will be filled again. And so our preference is to not keep having to come back to and take the board's time with these requests should Lihue staff up and that be a port of option. So the request is that Lihue and Kahului be added to the permit. In addition, by the way, to Honolulu, because we do want to keep all avenues open should, for example, Kahului lose staffing. You know, we want to make sure we have ultimate flexibility. We really are, battling this, we're in a time emergency here. And I just want to emphasize that as we move forward this project, yeah, just having that flexibility is critical because we have what's essentially a 24-hour window to pack these mosquitoes from California, ship them over here, have them inspected, then transport them to some really remote project field sites for release. And the longer they stay packed, the less fit they are to do the job we want them to do. So we understand absolutely, though, that should we choose to ship through Lihue at this time, it would not be helpful to the success of the project if HDOA is understaffed. So I think in the interim, that wouldn't be the short-term goal. We would keep good communication with HDOA about that. But having it so we don't have to go back to the board to get that approval once positions are staffed up would be ideal. And I'll just add that, as state departments, we're always in the position of trying to protect existing positions and justify refilling vacant ones. And this project is just one of so many that could be highlighted by HDOA to the ledge to make the case for the importance of agricultural inspection at our ports and you know, why these positions should be filled quickly and really that their capacity should be increased. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, we do have one more member of public raise their hands.
Okay.
I'd like to call forward Nicole Ferguson. Please state your name and organization.
Hi there, my name is Nicole Ferguson. I am currently the Department of Health entomologist for the island of Maui. I fully support this request to amend the importation permit. And I feel that the amending of this permit will further help this very important project, which is important for both bird preservation as well as human health here in the islands. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nicole. Okay, I see Chair Case has her hand raised.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm going to recuse because this is a deal in our application, but I did want to say, I just want to emphasize that the application request is for Kahului and Lihue for the same reasons. And I understand that staff is cautious because they don't want to be position if there are only two inspectors on Lihue, but you know, this project is not going to ship mosquitoes if they haven't you know, confirmed that the inspectors are available to inspect. It's just super time sensitive when they ship, as you heard previously. And this is an absolutely urgent, time sensitive issue. The birds are going extinct, and so the having to repeat this process and come back to the board in the future, frankly, I think is going to just create an unnecessary delay that could be just you know, nail in the coffin for some of these birds. So hopefully, you know, everybody is comfortable with the process. By now, you have heard about this project in the past. We've approved it. You've approved it for Honolulu. And again, I understand staff's caution, but you know, we are all pulling to help DOA staff up here, and it's critical. And there's just so much time sensitivity to this that I would ask that the board keep the Lihue part of it in the approval. Thank you.
Okay, Mary Alice.
In support of Chair Case's comment, I'd like to offer initially a friendly amendment to the staff recommendation that recommends approval of both Kahului and Lihue Airport as an approved port of entry for the duration of the project, rather than having two separate protocols. I do understand staff limitations, but I think that the cordial working relationship between DLNR and DOA staff would ensure that the inspections were met. And I think coming back to the board should not be necessary. So I'm offering that as a friendly amendment. I've forgotten who made the original motion and who was the second.
Okay, thank you, Mary Alice. I was going to offer an amendment. And so now we have two. So how do we handle this one?
Why don't you just say what you would like to?
Okay, so what I was going to propose is that, you know, the reason why the staff, I was informed that the staff recommended what they did and had what is very cautious with Lihue is because the staff couldn't get any idea or data number of shipments that would be going through Lihue. So because of the importance of the project, what if we were to keep them separate, but delegate the authority to the SPRO, which is the state plant regulatory official, who heads the plant industry department, who is also the chair of the plant and animal advisory committee. Why don't the board delegate to that person the authority to approve Maplewood? Because the staff and the department's comfortable with Kahului because we have inadequate inspectors. But the concern is we only have 2 inspectors on Hawaii. And if one goes on vacation or is sick, then there's one person covering all cargo. So I would say, yes, we have good working relationship with the LNR on this. Why don't we delegate to the division head to approve Maplewood? And what we've done for Mary Monarch, because of Rod, for Mary Monarch, we know it's happening. We deploy inspectors across the state to protect our state from any kind of pathway of spreading rapid ohia death. So, I mean, giving the division head that authority would not require it to come back to the board if the board is comfortable with that.
Chair, I would like to hear from Chair Case on that solution.
Chair,
Yeah.
can I just, sorry, interrupt? I apologize, Chair. I really have to now go to my next meeting. I just wanted to make sure that we have a quorum if I leave.
Yes, we do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, I think there's 2 different things we're talking about here. This one is the board approval of the importation to ports of entry. The actual implementation on a day-to-day basis is going to be, is there somebody there to inspect a shipment? And if so, we'll ship it. And if there's not, nobody's going to ship it. And I don't think it would be wise to muddy the board approval with this question of staff capacity, even by delegating it, because what we're trying to do is make a clear statement. What DLNR is asking for is the clear statement from the Board of Agriculture of approval of the importation. It's not a staffing issue. It's approval of the importation itself.
People should feel free to discuss more, but just to discuss procedurally. There's a motion. There are 2 proposals, but really it is up to the move-ons and the second as to whether they will accept either or neither of the proposals. So I just want to be clear where we are procedurally.
So who made the motion? Diane, okay, so I'm comfortable with what Mary Alice suggested, that we, approve both ports of entry. And then to me, it's a function of staff availability, because anytime I want to ship a Christmas tree, if I don't tell you I'm not staff, you don't need staff. Right? Trees it to the port.
If I understand this correctly, the way it's written here is that they're saying they're not able to get the information from DLNR as far as shipment size, time, specific modes of transportation. So, and DLNR is saying they can't provide that because it's not available yet. So I don't understand that.
Well, if I may, I mean, this is a process that's underway. So the Maui part of it is further advanced, but the Kauai part of it is rapidly behind. So it's not going to be a completely different issue here. It's just that data is not available yet, but it's very it's going to be part of the same process. You're going to be looking at what's available, what's doable, what's the timing, what are the routes, but it is both islands.
Okay, it's just that the way I read it here, it sounds like there's not enough information for them to be able to do what they need to do. So But I'm okay with,
I just wanted to ask Jonathan or Helmut. Okay, so the way the submittal reads, the department has the authority to, if this passes, if we don't have staff, then we can say you cannot ship. I mean, yeah, that's it, because you know, if someone calls in sick at the last minute, I mean, I know that we'll work together to come up with some kind of anticipated schedule.
Yeah, correct. So should the board approve it, it can be shipped. The port of entry is open, and the shipments can go to Lihui. I think procedurally, as Chair Case has said, you know, obviously we would work with DLNR to do as best as possible to ensure everything is smooth. Obviously, we don't want to delay anything. And you know, and I guess to maybe expound specifically on the recommendation, there are only 2 people on Kauai, and it's a 7-day-a-week operation. So 3 of the days there is only 1 person on duty. So you know, the likelihood of, you know, I think the worst case scenario, we schedule it and you know, they get sick or a car accident or whatever, there's no way potentially, or again, another person's vacation or whatever, there's no way to do the inspection. And I think that's where that's where our conservativeness comes through. We don't question the need, absolutely, because obviously quicker is obviously better. That's not the question. And I think, again, we're speaking specifically on our ability to do it in a timely fashion. You know, we have
Jonathan, I think the question is, if you are not there and they ship it anyway, does it just sit on the dock until you get there?
Yes.
Okay.
And if I may, I would say that's a risk the shipper will undertake. And it's much better to have this approval and to take that risk than to have to wait until, you know, I don't know, Kauai is staffed up or something. I mean, it just needs to be a much more flexible process.
Sorry. Yeah, so and you know, and I think that's why we wrote it in such a way that you know, our understanding is that the you know, I guess the actual transportation routes are trying to be, you know, finalized, and you know, how well the actual shipments and the inspection will go is actually part of the approval. We understand the need to get data, and the you know, those test shipments, having the board allow those, and at that point you would have all the information. And you know, and again, I do agree that it, you know, it may seem, you know, a little
Okay, Jonathan.
sorry. Yeah.
Sorry, it's just that we're over time right now. Okay, so the understanding is that the shipper is willing to take the risk that if the staff is not available in Maui, that they will accept that the shipment will be compromised or yeah, sacrificed. Okay. All right. Is that my understanding, Suzanne? The shipper will understand.
Yes.
So,
How much is a shipment?
Okay. So I withdraw my amendment. Mary Alice's amendment was approved by Diane, right? And who was the second? Randy? Randy, you okay? Yeah. Okay. All right. So we're gonna call for the question, and it is to approve. Let's see.
I think it's to designate the Kahului Airport on Maui and the Lihui Airport on Kauai as additional ports of entry.
Okay. All right.
With the implication of, as stated in the agenda.
Okay. Thank you, Brian. So I'll do a roll call vote. Mary Alice.
Aye.
Okay, and Young.
Yes.
Okay, Suzanne, you're recused, right?
Yeah.
Anya is excused. Fred?
Aye.
Okay, James.
Raise again.
Diane? Aye. Okay, Randy. Okay, chair with reservations, just because of staff. Okay, support the effort though. All right, so there are 8 approvals. All right, thank you very much. That was the last item on the new business. There is no business, no old business. I'm sorry, there's no new business. So we are adjourned. Anybody opposed to adjournment? Okay, thank you.
Chair, is there a December meeting?
I don't think so, but I won't say no.
Okay.
In case there might be an emergency, we don't know.
She looking? Oh,
You know, that's the nature of our business, right, Suzanne?
Chair.
Thank you, Phyllis, for your service.
Yes.
Yes, really.
You want to adjourn first? Can you adjourn?
Oh, yeah, we're adjourned. All right, nobody opposed. Nobody
There's
opposed.
reservations.
Yes.
Oh, wow, this is harder.
Oh, you gotta go for, right
Just
there
stand
in
on
that
the floor.
corner, yeah.
Suzanne, before you
No.
hang,
Yeah.
if shipper can pay to have somebody, you know, an inspector flown over, you know.
No, I mean, what is
We
it?
do it for Ron. we do it for
Yeah.
Ron.
But
Okay, everybody.
You guys ready?
down, please.
1, 2, 3. Let's take one more. 1, 2, 3. Okay, let's see if that
What a
works.
lovely room.
Can't really see my eyes. So bad. Yes.
Thanks.
How do we
Yeah,
turn
the other
this?
stuff is proceeding. So I think I have, come to Honolulu.